I'm just going to 801. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. So welcome to the August 24th, 2026 RTM meeting. I'll call the meeting to order at 8:01 p.m. and ask our clerk to please call the roll.
Peter Britton. Here. Doug Nippon.
Here.
Melissa Longo. Here. Brooks Baracino. Here. Bisang. Bisang, thank you. Craig Diamond. Gil Larson.
Here.
Kara Lichter. Ashby Dodge. Mike Hardigan. Here. Cindy Waldron. Representative Hardigan, would you like to introduce the new member of your district?
How are we working tonight? Push button, don't push button.
As long as the green light is on, you're good.
In order to fill the vacancy in District 3, the remaining District 3 reps have elected Sean Ellinger to replace Annie Fiffick.
Welcome.
Sean Elwanger. Jen Hahuth. Laura Carson. Michelle McCabe. Liz Ezema. Thank you.
If FairTV could allow Laura Carson to speak, and Eric Treshuk.
Betsy Elrick. Sharon Pastilli. Here. Jay Walk. Here. Emma Barron. Here. Eric Druniak.
Here.
Tracy Rodriguez.
Here.
Allison Sayal. Steve Barris. Here. Steve, would you like to introduce the new member of District 7?
To fill the vacancy in District 7, Catherine Cardell has been elected to be our 4th representative from District 7.
Welcome.
Catherine Cardell. Ronaldo Gonzalez. Scott Nickel. Leonard Brahman. Chris Carroll. Rich Jacobs. Eileen O'Reilly. Drew Georgiadis. Lisa Havey. Amanda Parrish Morgan. Eric Treshuk.
Here.
Matt Ambrose. Justin Contrado. Thank you. Justin. Margaret Horton.
Here.
Pierre Rotsky.
And I believe Kara Lichter is also online and wasn't able to unmute. For District 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Will you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, before we get going, I know we went over a lot of this last week, but I just wanted to take a moment, review how our meetings work, since a number of our agenda items this evening have generated significant public interest. First, I just want to thank people for being so engaged and coming out this evening, and also to thank the people who have taken the time over the last few weeks to send us emails. So as is the case with many other town bodies, we use Robert's Rules of Order to run our meetings, and RTM meeting protocol is also governed by our rules to regulate. So as a reminder, we have 2 meetings each month, our informational meeting and our regular meeting. We had our informational meeting last week. Tonight is our regular meeting when we vote on most agenda items. Per our rules to regulate, members of the public are able to comment on voting items. So in terms of public comment, once RTM members have finished their discussion about a voting item, I'll open up the floor to anyone from the public who wishes to make a comment. Just a couple of things to keep in mind, and we've put them on a sheet over here as well. First is that it's strictly public comment. It's not an opportunity to have questions answered by RTM members or other speakers. Second is that I'll ask people to please keep their comments on the agenda item at hand, and I'll make sure to be clear about what that is. Lastly, each member of the public will be able to speak once on each voting item, and we'll have a time limit of 3 minutes per comment. I'll give you a gentle reminder around the 2-minute mark so that you'll know to begin wrapping up. Just as a reminder to our RTM members, our rules also dictate our time limits for speaking, which is that you may speak twice on any item for no more than 5 minutes each time. And just for members who are online, as a reminder that your cameras must be on to be considered in attendance and to be able to vote. So I know that we're going to have a really productive meeting where both RTM members and members of the public will be able to feel heard. And I know that the way for that to happen is for us all to collectively show mutual respect for one another. This is democracy at work, for us to come together and hear from each other whether we agree or disagree. In order to truly hear from each other, we need to be able to listen without distractions. So in that vein, I'll respectfully request that people refrain from interrupting any speakers or talking over anyone, as well as refrain from any clapping or booing. Feel free to give thumbs up, thumbs down if you feel so inclined. Our meeting protocol is designed to make sure that people can truly feel respected and that their viewpoint is heard, even if we don't agree with it. I'm confident, again, that we're going to have a meeting tonight where everyone can have an opportunity to be heard, but I do just want to detail the process that will happen should anyone not be able to follow what's been outlined. If somebody is speaking out of turn or otherwise creating a disruption, they will be first given a verbal warning. If they're unable to heed that, they'll be asked to leave and ultimately escorted out by police if need be. So now that we've gone through all of that, let's get to the business part of our meeting. So item number 2, to consider and act upon the minutes of the informational meeting held on July 20th, 2026, and the regular monthly meeting held on July 27th, 2026. Do I have a motion to approve? Representative Zezima. And a second, I saw Representative Ratsky. Is there any discussion? Okay. Any public comments specific to the minutes from either of those July meetings? Okay. Back to the body. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That was an aye, I think. Abstentions? One abstention, Representative Waldron, because she wasn't here, I get it. And that motion carries. Okay. Item number 3, election of representative in District 5 to fill a vacancy created by the resignation of Josh Garskoff. Just a note that because that vacancy was over 30 days, that's why it comes to the full body. So are there any nominations for this position? Representative McCabe.
Michelle McCabe, District 4. I would like to nominate Mary Lake to fill the vacancy for District 5. I had the pleasure of meeting with Ms. Lake, as did our moderator, and we feel that she will be a really great addition to the team with a wonderful resume and a great commitment to public service. Thank you.
Great. So I believe Mary is here. She can come on up, Mary. Welcome. And yes, we have a second for that nomination, please. Representative Pistilli. Thank you. And so if you could just introduce yourself briefly.
Hi,
And
Mary Lake.
normally there's not this many people to introduce yourself to.
I've lived in District 5 for 13 years. I have 3 children, all gone through the public school system, 2 now in college, and interested in giving back and participating in the RTM.
Welcome. Any questions for Ms. Lake before we continue? Before we go to a vote, are there any other nominations? Other nominations for District 5? Okay, so all those in favor for Mary Lake, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Aye.
I think that was an aye. So that passes. Welcome, Mary, to the RTM. And so we're going to take a very brief pause so our Assistant Town Clerk can swear you in. All right. So moving along, item number 4, to receive a report from the Traffic Authority per section 102-19 of the Town Code. So we did spend several hours at our informational meeting last week hearing this report from Chief Paris, Captain Irizarry, and First Select Person Vitale. I'd like to invite them back up if they'd like to add anything to the report that they give, and also to offer RTM members an opportunity to ask additional questions that have come up since last week. And so come on up, guys. And I just want to remind members of the public that since reports are not voting items, that there's not yet public comment on this item.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Paris. I'm the police chief for our lovely town of Fairfield. Good evening to everybody. Thank you for hearing us, especially regarding this specific topic. I'll say this, on top of what already my informational subject matter that I've already given. For as long as I can remember, since I was a sergeant in the traffic unit, the town of Fairfield has asked us to do something about speeding in our town. And as we move forward, we think of innovative ideas on how to accomplish that mission. Beyond the normal officers conducting traffic enforcement, which is a great effort, and we put our heart and soul into ensuring that our town is safe and that we do everything in our power to ensure that we have less accidents, if not no accidents. And surely we want to ensure that we have 0 fatalities, keeping in line with the Vision Zero recommendations. With that said, the state of Connecticut legislature has opened the door for ATESDs. And this topic was not even on the mind of my office. It was not even on our minds to bring up, to think of something, but it was something to do. And it was something extra that we could have done to put efforts into slowing traffic in our town specifically, and more specifically around our school zones. Our school zones are considered, in our opinion, the most vulnerable areas of concern. What more vulnerable area of concern than having young children walk to school than in the school zone areas? Keeping in line with what the Office of State Traffic Administration has given us, we had explored the option of ATESDs in town. I can speak on behalf of what I have done as chief since I've been chief, and I'll open the floor to Captain Irizarry, who put his heart and soul into ensuring that this program was going to be a program that accomplished that exact mission of slowing traffic in our town. I'm proud to say that the efforts that we've done as a police department over the years and over the past few months have specifically slowed traffic in our town. It's evident just by looking and watching traffic that traffic is slowing and driving slower in our town. And you
As a reminder, I'm sorry to interrupt you,
Sure.
Chief Paris. I just want to remind folks who may not have heard me, as they may have been coming in a little bit late, that we're all agreeing to just not be interrupting speakers at all. And so just, I don't know who that was, but just a gentle reminder that we're not going to interrupt.
If you accompany that effort with the efforts of our traffic unit, which I'm again proud to say that in Fairfield, we are lucky enough to have a dedicated traffic team conducting traffic enforcement as their sole responsibility in our town. As we move forward, this program has shown us ups and downs. It has shown us what the ability for traffic can do, how things are monitored, and how progressive ideas offered in other states now brought in to the state of Connecticut, what they can do to traffic. Certainly, it comes with an expense, and that is a citation. Our officers use citations as a method to show that there was a violation of law. Our officers use citations as our only avenue to state that somebody did something wrong, and this is the fine to do that accompanies it. As we move forward, this program, the ATESD program, has a fine that does similar to what officers do. But I'll say this, the ATESD program will never do what our police officers could do. Our police officers daily conduct enforcement on any different type of venue, whether it be motor vehicle for speeding or other motor vehicle violations. Our officers put themselves in those positions to conduct those enforcement efforts in certain areas based upon what we see, what our trends are, what our accident data shows us, what our speed enforcement efforts have shown us, and that's where we put our effort in. Our officers, by doing so and having that interaction with somebody and issuing fines or some type of violation or verbal warning, et cetera, as a result, is something that can't be taken away. I acknowledge that, and I fully support having police do these violations. Now, with that said, the ATSD program allows us to focus our efforts on areas of other concern, like high traffic crash incidents that are not permitted under the ATSD program. Where in the past, we couldn't do that. We'd have to have officers at several different locations. So if I could give you from my heart what this program is doing, it is slowing traffic down in areas that we know is and can be a concern, while our officers focus efforts elsewhere. What the program does is give us an opportunity to focus our efforts differently. Like I said, I fully support having police conduct enforcement in our town. This is just another tool that we have in our tool belts that the state of Connecticut has permitted us as chiefs of police, as police officers, as town representatives to do. I think that's why we looked to this program. I know that's why we as police officers looked to this program. We want to slow traffic. We don't use this as a tool for any other purpose than to slow traffic. And I think it's important for us to keep that in the back of our minds. Police and anybody in your position or town body position or public position who is seeking to slow traffic down, look for different alternative ideas to try to help that. And I think that's what this program has done. I'll stop speaking. I'm speaking from my heart. I'm speaking at efforts from how I know this traffic has been portrayed. I know that there's been public outcry on the differences of the program, which when I became chief 1 year ago, I acknowledged that this is a new program and we would likely see changes potentially. But I think it's important for us to have data and to act upon information that we know is factual, not what we feel or how we're being directed to by people with differences of opinion. I think we should let the police do their jobs, let the officers evaluate the traffic, let the town who is elected and opened the ordinance for this ATSD program to run, evaluate the program wholeheartedly. Because that's how we make accomplishments in this town. That's how we make a difference in this town, is by working together with our elected representatives, with our public. The public wouldn't be here if they didn't care, and neither would I. It's important for us to remember that stuff. Captain Irizarry, if you have something to add. I'll say this too, Captain Irizarry, as a moment of pleasure, please, has again spearheaded this program to a degree that has allowed our town to operate and feel safe. He is unfortunately retiring at the end of next month, which will be a sure loss to our town and sure loss to my office. So thank you for that, Captain.
We'll allow clapping for Captain Irizarry. I know I had said to refrain from clapping, but we certainly want to honor the accomplishments of Captain Irizarry. So thank you, Chief Paris. I didn't know Captain Irizarry or First Select Person Vitale, if either of you wanted to add to the report from last week.
I think that we were pretty comprehensive last week, so I don't have much to add. But just as the first select person of this town, chief elected official, public safety is our primary responsibility and our priority. And keeping our children safe, I think it's the reason why many of us first decided to run for public office. When it comes to public safety, I look to the expertise of our police department, and we are so incredibly fortunate to have talented and dedicated men and women serving us each and every day, as shown by the chief's remarks. I'm hoping that you will continue to ask questions. If you think there needs to be any sort of ways that we can make this program better, we can continue that discussion. And I'm hoping that together, I know that we all want to keep our community safe, that we'll keep this moving forward. Public safety was the reason why this program moved forward. I was not the first select person at the time when the ordinance was first put forward, but I commend the RTM for taking that action. We've had people lose their lives on our roads, and granted, some of them may not be exactly in the school zone, but it really doesn't matter. We know that slowing down saves lives, and this is, as the chief said, just one tool that we can use as a community to help keep our residents and our children safer. So I know it's been bumpy and change is definitely hard, but I think that I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand, but I know how many of you are now more cognizant of how quickly you're driving or not quickly you're driving, looking at your speedometer a little bit more often, and hopefully slowing down not only in those zones that have the cameras, but every time you pass a school, just a school, hopefully you're realizing like, oh, let me check my speed. Am I going too fast? I better slow down. The data speaks for itself. We've seen an 88% decrease from the first day of this program in the warning period to the end of July. People are slowing down, and we know that that keeps our streets safer. So thank you for hearing us last meeting, and we look forward to the discussion tonight.
Thank you. So I'm going to open this back up now for the report. If there was any questions that members had after our meeting last week, and per our rules, we'll go to members in person and then move to online. Is there any members that had additional questions? I know we did spend many hours last week with asking questions, so. All right, and is there any members in the chat? There's two chats. All right, thank you. So that was item number 4. So moving on to item number 5, Representative McCabe.
Representative McCabe, District 4, I would like to make a motion to move item number 6, which I should have brought my laptop in front of me to read, if you don't mind, Madam. Oh,
Item
thank
number
you.
6 is,
Item number 6, to hear and consider and act upon the following resolution, sponsored by Representatives Diamond, Carson, Zazama, Elrick, Pistilli, and Barron. Resolved that the formation of an ordinance drafting committee on the automated traffic enforcement safety devices be and hereby is approved. I would like to move that item for consideration next, please, on the agenda.
okay. And is that second by Representative Carroll? And so the motion on the table is to move agenda item number 6 to proceed agenda item number 5. We have a second by Representative Carroll. Is there any discussion by members about moving the order of these items? Anybody online? Okay. And is there any public comment on whether or not we should move the order on the agenda? Okay. And this is just about whether or not we should move the order on the agenda. Okay. And so for public comment, just please state your name and address, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Steve O'Connell, 36 Pope Street. I think this motion to switch the numbers is a reason why people are edgy. Because I don't know what's behind moving 5 to 6 and 6 to 5. It sounds like something's up. That's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any other members of the public want to comment on moving the agenda items? Okay, so back to the body for any additional comments. Okay, so all those members in favor of just moving item number 6 to precede item number 5, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And any abstentions? Okay, so we'll go ahead and go to item number 6. Let me just switch my papers here. Okay, so item number 6 is to hear, consider, and act upon the following resolution sponsored by Representatives Craig Diamond, District 2, Laura Carson, District 4, Liz Zezima, District 4, Betsy Elrick, District 5, Sharon Pistilli, District 5, and Emma Barron, District 6. Resolved that the formation of an ordinance drafting committee on automated traffic enforcement safety devices, ATESD, be and hereby is approved. Do I have a motion to approve? Representative Zezima, seconded by Representative McCabe. In our informational meeting last week, Representative Pistilli presented on this. Did you have further?
Just, oh, okay, sorry.
Go ahead, Representative Pistilli.
Okay, I'm sorry, Sharon Pistilli, District 5. Just for the benefit of the public, so for item 6, this, under our rules to regulate, we are given the opportunity to make amendments to ordinances that we've passed. So in this case, it's opening the opportunity for us to have a committee specifically to amend elements of the speed camera ordinance that are under the RTM's purview.
Yeah, thank you. And so, yeah, this is the necessary to do any ordinance revisions. The necessary first step is for 2 or more RTM members to request the formation of the ordinance drafting committee. That's the vote that's right now before us. So just so people understand the process a little bit, because this is actually, even for folks who have maybe been through this before, this is a little bit of a new process under our rules to regulate. So should this vote pass and the committee is formed, then any RTM members who are interested can let me know. Some already have. Then at our next voting meeting, if the committee is formed, which is in September, our special legislative and management committee would meet to populate the ordinance drafting committee. That committee would then begin to hold meetings, develop any draft revisions. Once they finish that process, revisions would be reviewed by the town attorney for approval. At that point, it comes back to me as the moderator, place it back on our agenda to be referred to our legislation and administration committee, then must be voted out of LNA to come back to the full body, at which point it stays on our agenda for 2 months. And I just wanted to review that so that everyone understands that if we begin the process of ordinance revision, I just wanted to give people a sense of the timeline that ordinance revision can take. So is there other members that wish to speak on this motion to form this committee? Representative Longo.
Melissa Longo, District 1. I would like to make a motion to amend the resolution to read as follows. Resolved that the formation of the Ordinance Committee on Automated Traffic Enforcement Safety Devices be and hereby is approved, and all use of ATSD to be halted as of August 26th, 2026, pending review by the RTM of a report and/or recommendations of said committee in the future use of said devices.
So I'm going to ask people to refrain from clapping. So just to be clear, this motion that's on the table is about developing a drafting committee to do ordinance revisions. If you would like to make a motion to repeal the original ordinance, you can certainly do that. That would be, well,
I don't know if I'm making a motion
oh,
to
I'm sorry, I
repeal it.
misunderstood.
No,
Okay.
that's okay. I was just saying my motion is to essentially say that we halt
Okay, I'm sorry
what's
to have misunderstood.
until the committee is formed and we can then
Okay.
from there on out
Okay.
continue on.
Do we have a second for that motion? Representative Sparacino. Okay. And so the current motion on the table is to add that amendment to this resolution. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Okay. And so as a voting item, we can open that up to members of the public. And so if members of the public wish to speak on adding this language, and do you have by a chance a copy of it, a written copy of it? That would be great. You can even just email it to me I'll have it. So I can just repeat that for members of the public. So before we open up to public comment, I just want to read what the amended resolution would be in full. No, you're fine. And then for folks, what we can do actually as we are waiting just to get that text, if folks are interested in making public comment on that motion, we can just start to form a line and then have people go and do that. Yep, we're just going to wait a minute until we can read the text. Did you? Oh, okay. Yeah, do you have a written? Sorry, just waiting to make sure to get the full text. So we can have it in the record. Okay. Are you able to send it to me? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I'm just going to read. Thank you so much. So, yep, let me pull up my papers. Okay, so I'm just going to read. So what the amended resolution, should this motion to amend pass, the amended resolution would read, to hear, consider, and act upon the following resolution sponsored by Representatives Diamond, Carson, Zezima, Elric, Pistilli, and Barron. Resolved that the formation of an ordinance drafting committee on automated traffic enforcement safety devices, ATESD, be and hereby is approved in all use of traffic. I think, did you mean to say and all use? And all use of traffic safety devices to be halted as of August 26, 2026, pending review by the RTM and the report and/or recommendation of said committee on future use of said devices. And so that is we're just going to refrain from clapping just so we can make sure for people to have a chance to be heard. Thank you so much. No problem. And so that is the motion to amend is currently on the table. There was no members of the body who wish to speak to that motion. And so we're opening it up to public comment. And just as a gentle reminder that members of the public have the opportunity to speak once on each voting item for a total of 3 minutes, and to please start with stating your name and address. Just so you know, the green light on the microphone needs to be on in order to speak. And so and again, we'll go through people who are in person first and then move to any members of the public who want to speak online. So welcome, go ahead.
Hi. My name is Matthew Halleck. I live at Somerville Street in Fairfield for 30 years. I'm also the owner of The Voice. It's an online news, information, and community engagement platform. I try to speak for the whole town as much as possible. And I just want to say, speaking for everyone, I'm confident I'm speaking for the vast majority of the town when I say we 100% support Melissa and the amendment that she just proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, we have a lot of people that want to speak, so I'm just going to ask that people give a thumbs up, thumbs down if you like, but just to be able to have people have the opportunity to be heard.
Hi,
Welcome.
my name is Kathleen Tugas, and I live on Quaker Lane in Fairfield. And I support Melissa's amendment, and there's a reason why. I think that you all need to look at it. I got a ticket. I was driving my son's car.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but
I
people
got a
online can't hear you if you're not
Okay.
speaking clearly into the
I got
microphone.
a ticket, and I thought it was my son because I was driving my son's car. But in my car that day, I had Brenda Kupchak's father and my husband, who are best friends, and they were telling me where all the cameras were and how to slow. And the Hondas show your speed signs, and they show how fast you were going. So when the ticket came, I said, this isn't me. I don't know what happened. So then I looked up and I said, if it wasn't me, let me see when the cameras were calibrated. And they were calibrated in March. And I thought, it's a new car. The cameras are fairly new. what could have affected these cameras? So I remember the state police taught me fog. Fog affects speed perception. So then I looked up and I thought, what affects cameras? Cold temperatures, humidity, rain, moisture, snow, ice, direct sunlight, and yes, smoke. Smoke affects cameras. Well, was there smoke in the air on August 2nd, 2026? Yes, there was, from the wildfires in Canada. Was there a heat wave? Yes, there was. So until you can control these compromising effects on the cameras, you can't be charging people. You can't use them. They're not reliable.
Thank you. And again, I'm just going to please continue to ask people to give a thumbs up or thumbs down to show your support or disagreement.
Hi, I'm Marie Condon. I live at 833 Mill Plain Road. I've owned my home there since 1992. My kids are 30 years old. They went to Riverfield School, Ludlow Middle School, and Ludlow High School. I'm very close to the four-way stop on Uncle Road. So you probably know my house. You've probably been in traffic in front of my house. My kids used to say, Mom, why are those people parking in front of our house? And I said, because they're trying to get to the stop sign. So we all know Mill Plain Road is a cut through from the parkway to the thruway, okay? If I had my own speed camera, I could show you people that were going way over 30 today, right in front of my house. Because people tend to speed up when they go through a stop sign and then go to the next stop sign. So the cameras have been off. However, I do applaud the speed limits, but, you know, people, we need to be reasonable. We do need the speed limits, but, people are still going to get tickets if we have the cameras. So I think we have to finesse, coming up with the ordinance. We have a lot of really good data. I've reviewed data online. I saw Chief Irizarry's report, which is a very comprehensive report, and I suggest you look at it. But I would like to go with Melissa Longo's idea to halt the use of the cameras until a committee is formed and the ordinance is altered, because we do need to do better on this. We all need to be reasonable. I got a ticket myself. I paid it. I wasn't happy about it. I'd like to know, where the fee goes, where the money went. Is it helping the town? Those are questions.
And I just want to let you know you're at 2 minutes, so have a minute to wrap up.
Okay. I know we're not supposed to ask questions right now, but, I think the whole town needs to be reasonable and come together and know that school is starting, and even if the cameras are off, that we're all going to go by the speed limits. And when we come to something that everybody can work with, not everyone's going to be 100% happy. I may not be. But if it's something livable, I'll go with it. I'd like to also know, this is an idea where the data is going, how long it's going to be saved. There's a number of questions that we as citizens need to know. We all, I'm 67 years old. I'm not a kid. I'd like to know where all of my money is going, okay? Especially in these times where it's everything's expensive.
You're at 3 minutes, so just ask you to wrap up.
And, I think a lot of people, are spending money on these tickets. We'd like to know, how is it helping the town? So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. So you can, public comment, you can speak once on each voting item. Absolutely.
The next one I can.
So the next voting item, absolutely. Yes. And just please, for members online and public online, to please speak clearly into the microphone.
Hard for short people.
It is hard.
Bethel Rooney, 85 Weeping Willow Lane.
You might want to pull the microphone a bit closer. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Bethel Rooney, 85 Weeping Willow Lane in Fairfield. I support the representative's motion. Because I'm sorry,
Thank you.
I have done some research into the whole speed camera program in Fairfield. And I am convinced that that program and aspects of its implementation and enforcement are invalid at several levels. In my opinion, the Fairfield Ordinance, Chapter 102, Article Roman numeral 2, and its speed camera plan known as the ATESD plan do not follow or conform to the statutes governing municipal speed camera plans. And that's Connecticut General Statute Sections 14-307 and 7-152C. I also believe Fairfield's citations for violations do not conform to the statutes or to the ordinance in certain respects. And when I speak of citations, I'm referring to citations issued in mid-June 2026. I urge all RTM members and other town officials to read the statutes governing ATESD programs. It's tedious but necessary work to see the overall statutory scheme. Just skip around here, sorry. Town officials have said in the past that there has been great transparency in the speed camera program. But in fact, there has been a lack of transparency with some aspects of it.
And I just want to let you know you're at 2 minutes, so you have another minute.
The citations do not comply with the statutes or the ordinance in certain respects. Again, I'm speaking as of mid-June 2026. Get to the end. Before you take further action on the ATS plan, I hope the RTM will thoroughly review and analyze the entire speed camera program, including the ordinance, the ATSD plan, the citations, and other enforcement measures and signage, as well as the statutes. I realize this is asking for a lot of time and effort, but I also think you owe this to your constituents and the Fairfield public. I think the town's program should at a minimum be put on hold while you do this work. In the interim, the specific school zones.
You are at your 3-minute limit, so ask that you wrap up
and
for this time.
reduce speed limits during certain hours will still be in effect to protect children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And again, just so we have time to move through everyone, I want to make sure. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jose Campos, and I live in Halls Highway. We are here tonight united by a non-negotiable goal that is protecting children. Keeping school zones safe matters deeply to every one of us, but we need to seriously consider how we achieve that safety and whether the new automated speed cameras are truly the right tool for Fairfield. These cameras run 24/7, and they have introduced a feeling of constant surveillance into our lives. As I know, the system has created a revenue of $1 million right now, only in his first month. When a town partners with a vendor to issue $65 violations, it's hard to see this as a safety measure. To many, it feels like a money grab, monetizing speeding, not preventing it. There's a better, legally sound, and more effective alternative without vendor fees or data risks. We have to consider that. We need physical traffic calming measures and more signs. The Department of Transportation have studies that prove effectiveness of vertical traffic and calming devices like recycled rubber stumps that are a low-cost solution. Studies show rubber speed cushions reduce road speed. Unlike cameras, they work instantly by physically slowing cars. Rubber speed cushions are a one-time investment. They do not capture license plates, pose no data risk, and don't make the town a judge and jury over millions in fines. They simply slow cars down. Let's stop relying on a punitive surveillance system that taxes residents after the danger has passed. I urge the town to end these vendor contracts, protect our data, restore due process, and install rubber speed cushions and signs in school zones. Let's physically protect our children, preserve our community's privacy, and leave the crash grabs behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, I'm going to ask for people to hold their applause. Before our next person goes, I just wanted to take a moment for members of the public who are waiting to, I'm sorry, members online, of the public online who are waiting to make a comment. What you can do is put your name in a private chat message to myself, Margaret Horton, or to Chris Carroll, the deputy moderator, and that's how we'll know to call on you. What we do is we go through everyone who is in person first, and then we'll go to people online. I just wanted to make sure people knew that. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm Veronica Monahan. I live at 635 Galloping Hill Road in Fairfield. Was a former member of the RTM, also a member of the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. This is creating a lot of ill will in our town among everyone. It's creating issues with students. It's creating issues with people coming to town to go to our restaurants. It's creating ill will among our Uber drivers in town who are getting ticketed. The way it was rolled out, I do not feel was right. It was done in the middle of the summer when people did not feel like they had any voice. It's wrong. I mean, I saw something this past week that said we're trying to reduce the speed limit on Round Hill Road to 25 miles an hour. Guess what? There have been signs on Round Hill Road about traffic being reduced to 25 miles an hour. The signs have been up for months. So what are we doing? You know, the speeding in the school zones, you can argue, may have been a problem. No one's been injured, right? So that's not to say that, you know, that's a reason that we shouldn't do this. However, there are, as the gentleman before us, you know, mentioned, there are a lot of other lower common denominator reasons and things we could be doing to stop speeding in the school zones outside of issuing tickets. $65 tickets, you may seem like that's a little bit of money. It's a lot of money. I know one family that got 9. They got 9 tickets, but they have a leased car. So the tickets went back to the leasing company. And so they didn't get any warnings. Nope, didn't get any warnings. They just got a notice from their bank that they leased the car through to say they have 9 to 10 warnings. So what did we do there, and did we miss that? Was that something that maybe if we had a hiatus on this program that we could have said, oh, that might have come up. How is it going to, when someone has a leased car, where are the notifications going to go? How is that going to impact them?
I just wanna let you know you're at your 2 minutes.
Great. I find it hard to believe that eventually this information is not going to get back to our insurance companies. Once you're speeding, it's an infraction. So withhold that information from an insurance company, is that legal? I'm not quite sure it is legal. So I don't think that we should be moving forward with this today. I think maybe it needs a little further analysis. I think that the way it was rolled out, the time in which it was rolled out is just wrong. So I'm all for safety in the school zones. I raised 3 children in town. I've lived here for 30 some odd years. Very happy. I'm a realtor in town. I have a lot of clients who are very, very upset. I have people who have bought into town saying, what is Fairfield doing? What are we doing? And should I sell my house and move? That's upsetting to me. And when I hear it, I feel the need to speak up. So whatever we're doing, however we're trying to make some money, and that's what we're doing, this to me is a money grab, we need to kind of take a step back and
I
say,
just want to
what
let you
else
know you're at your 3 minutes.
what else can we be doing to stop, you know, to halt the potential for disaster in a school zone if that's what we think is going to happen, and slow down the traffic. So thank you,
Thank you.
Melissa.
And again, I'm really, just so that we have ample time for everyone to have their voice heard, I'm really just going to respectfully ask for people to hold their applause with speakers. Go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name's Steve Delco. I grew up in Fairfield. I went to Roger Ludlow. I went to Fairfield U. And I'm just going to tell you a story tonight. I used to live in Albuquerque for some years, running a small biotech company. And I was stopped by a policeman who said I was over the speed limit in a school zone. And I probably was. I don't think it was by very much. But I got a ticket, and I said I wanted to contest it because I never saw any sign that it was a school district and that there was the speed limit changed. I never drove very fast anyway. So I brought it, I went to court in front of a judge, and actually I don't think the policeman turned up, but I spoke to the judge. I had taken pictures all over Albuquerque showing most of the schools and what they had in front of the schools to slow people down. And in most cases, they had these flashing yellow lights with a lot of signage about fines and so forth. But they were flashing yellow lights on top, right in the center of the street. So there was no questioning that you had to do something there. So in this case, we got a ticket here, and it was for one mile above the speed limit. And let me go back to the Albuquerque story. So I went to court. I was in front of the judge, and I said I couldn't see a sign, and I had taken pictures, and I did find a sign, and it was very much on the side of the road, and it was not that visible. So and then I showed the judge all the other schools that had this blinking light, and
And I just want to let you know
knew
that you're at
stop.
2 minutes.
I'll be in a sec. So the judge ruled in my favor and said that there was not proper notice at that school. He also was very angry because that happened to be the school that his kid was at. So, he was upset that there was not a blinking light there. So I suggest that we put better signage because a lot of people are going to get caught, especially if they're from out of town. And I don't think it's fair. There's not good signage. We need better we need better notification for drivers that they're going to be in trouble and they're going to pay a fine if they're over a certain limit. And also, I think one degree over the speed limit is probably a little harsh. But anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Anania. I reside at 41 Vesper Street. I lived in town for over 45 years. I have to commend Chief Paris on his efforts. But I have to say, Chief, that in all the years that I've been living here, I really never seen a police presence when school is starting or when it's ending near the schools. Even an empty police vehicle with flashing lights would do. Also, what's happening now is that we're in the middle of the summer and we don't have as many people on the streets as normal, all right? What I'm seeing now, a lot of cars are trying to bypass the speed cameras by going through the side streets. I think it's the way to actually stop the cars, because people are still getting tickets, is to put some type of speed tables in the area of the schools. Now, I travel throughout the state. I see them in Hartford. I see them in Newtown. I see them in New Haven. And you have to slow down when these tables are there, especially some of these newer cars, some of these hot rods, and they could easily go fast. It doesn't take much. I mean, you really have to be prudent not to go 1 mile an hour over the speed limit. Also, I think it's something that the school principals should also enforce to the parents about jaywalking and safety in the streets and how to ride your scooters and so on and so forth, because it's going to take more of an effort, not only for the police, but for everybody involved in the town to help slow down the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Naji Sakli, 19 Collingwood Avenue, Fairfield. First of all, I would say the name ATESD, it's a little bit ornamented. They're just flock cameras, and they're spread all over the city. These flock cameras, they're created by a company that's now making billions of dollars from our tax money. The public outcry is for a couple of reasons. It's a violation of the privacy of the person and a violation of our constitutional rights. For example, The camera, they collect every single thing. Even a bird passing by, you have a picture of that. So who is using that information? Where is it stored? And how many days does it take the government to erase that information? First, as a typical example, if you pass by Villa Park, there are 2 cameras right next to each other, within like 10 meters. There were 3, but I think one of the residents complained because they said it's facing their door. So every person visiting them is on that camera. And a last thing, if this is the pretext of safety, I'm a teacher. Protecting the students is our priority. But if this is for safety, we should stop them at 3:30. That's the end of the school day and during weekends, rather than collecting all the information that's stored in the cloud. I don't know what the cloud is. So, and by the way, some towns actually did get rid of them. And people had meetings like these, people spoke out, and they got rid of these cameras. And I'm not citing the examples, but they canceled the contract with Flock. That's the company that makes this camera. It's not ATEST for safety.
And I just want to let you know that you're at 2 minutes.
They're cameras that's collecting everything we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Hello, my name is Mark Pyers. I'm a Fairfield resident for 19 years. I'm also the creator and host of Discover Connecticut. You may see me with Melissa Longo. And I just was asked a simple question about why these cameras needed to be installed when we've never had an incident in the school zones. I did find it interesting that you said it shouldn't matter. It does matter. It really does. You know, I'm not sure if anybody realized when you drive down Mill Plain Road, you have 12 feet between the cars and the sidewalk. Also, Riverfield is 500 yards off of Mill Plain Road. It's actually behind another road. I sold a house, I'm a realtor as well, sold a house on the road right in front of the school. So it's not right on Mill Plain Road. So I found it very interesting that they were installed there. My big issue with the cameras, I guess, are this. First of all, no one should be surveilled by their government. This is not Cuba. You know, they used to call them chivatos. I'm thinking about starting my own surveillance company and just calling it chivatos, if you guys want to hire me instead. But I just find it interesting that you feel you have to track your residents. I also have a real problem with all of the Axon cameras that are going in right now. Flock was canceled and Axon is the new company. Axon is even more frightening because they have a plan to put cameras in 600,000 lights around the country. And if you haven't seen the new AI video, there's a video of 2 phones next to each other and it's 2 AIs speaking to each other. They said, well, we probably could take over if we had access to all the cameras and their phones. So I saw, you know, one of the greatest prognosticators of our time. It's not Nostradamus, his name is James Cameron. I don't know if you guys saw the movie Terminator, but nothing that's ever been inferior remains in power. We're giving all this information to AI. We're like, we'll put a camera here, we'll put a camera there. The more you give them, at some point, they just change the code and they lock us out. Sounds crazy, right? No, it's not a movie, guys. It's coming. And the more you give them, it's like we're installing our destruction in the future, which
I just
really
want to let you know
bothers
that
me.
you're at your 2
Thank
minutes.
you very much. Appreciate that. All I would like to
I'm going
say.
to ask for people to respectfully refrain from applause. We want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to be heard.
Yeah, thank you. All I'd like to say is that this is an amazing town. I have clients as well that are very upset that they're being surveilled. If you see the amount of comments and the 500,000 views I got on the last video, and by the way, if Governor Lamont says that we should stop installing them for the meantime, I shouldn't be filming a crew putting them in on August 15th. Anybody have a problem with that?
Again, please, we want people to be heard.
Yeah, thank you. So all I want to say is that I love this town, and I think this town, you should be able to travel freely. The biggest problem I have with these cameras and the school zone issue is you can't have a 3-mile road where it's 30 miles an hour for 2 miles and 9.8, and then for 100 yards, it goes down to 20. Like, that is mental. And then you have a 31-mile-an-hour driver getting a ticket. He was just driving the speed limit at 30. Now he's speeding at 31.
And you're
So
at your 3 minutes.
it should not be
just wanna let
dropped
you
10
know.
miles an hour. Keep it at 30. I have no problem with that camera. Get rid of the Axon.
Thank you. Before I am really just going to ask for people to make sure that we have time for everybody to be heard. Before the next person speaks, I just want to remind people that the motion that's on the table right now that we're giving comment on is simply about Representative Longo's motion to amend item number 6 for a hiatus in the program while the ordinance drafting committee is formed and works, not about the actual ATESD program itself. Just wanted to remind people on that. So go ahead, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to give the public the ability to comment.
And I don't think people can hear you.
I'm sorry, Hillary Long. I'm 20-year resident of Fairfield. Thank you for the opportunity to give us an opportunity to speak to the committee. I support the delay and the opportunity for everyone to talk. I successfully walked 4 kids to school with no incident for their entire duration of public school tenure in Fairfield, and never missed a day regardless of the weather. So there were no issues with cars in over 15 years of doing that. Additionally, I think if we want the cars to go slower, we can just put speed bumps in. It seems as though this is a money grab to just tax and surveil the citizens of Fairfield. And I don't think anyone voted on it, and I think it should be something that everyone should vote on. In addition, as a technologist for over 30 years, the comments made by the individuals prior about data being stored is very significant and something that the committee, when evaluating this decision, should take extremely seriously. Because in the event the data that is used from the cameras causes someone to be killed, causes their house to be robbed, causes any issue whatsoever with a citizen, and it's tracked back to the data that's available on these cameras that's surveilling people, and then is connected with Connecticut voter data, which is the only state in the country that publishes your voter information, your address, your political party, and your phone number. Those 2 pieces of data can be linked together, and if that car has left a home or has left a situation, they'll be able to track where that car is and link that to an address and an individual. And that's a very serious data violation, and it's a very serious privacy concern. So as you all consider whether or not
you know,
cameras...
you're at 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you for letting me know, ma'am. As you all consider keeping the cameras in the town of Fairfield, you need to consider the safety ramifications and the data privacy ramifications as well. So thank you again.
Thank you. And again, I'm just going to keep asking for people to hold your applause, give thumbs up, thumbs down. We want to make sure everyone has an opportunity. Go ahead.
Hello, Jackson Showstack at 138 Figler Avenue. Thank you, RTM, for coming to your volunteer position and hearing out all the members of the public, and thank you, members of the public, for showing up tonight. Representative Longo provided a very reasonable and well thought out amendment to hit pause on the speed cameras and reevaluate the program. I work in Hartford as a legislative aide for a local legislator. One of the biggest complaints our office receives is speed cameras in Fairfield. But shockingly, the local legislator does not represent Fairfield. They represent Monroe, Seymour, Shelton, and all these constituents are calling our office to complain that they got a speeding ticket in Fairfield because of lack of signage, no flashing lights, and they weren't aware of the program, let alone many members of the public. So, now people are not considering supporting and patroning at our small businesses across town because they don't know where the cameras are. They don't want to get hit with a heavy fine. And that's really disappointing to hear. And we could do better. So I urge bipartisan support of the amendment and not to continue this faulty double down. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We keep going.
Hi, good evening. My name is Chris Martin. I'm a resident in District 5. I'd like to thank Melissa for her proposed amendment. I think a pause is a good idea. Safety has been used to justify the speed cameras, but they don't stop speeding. They do not have a physical enforcement mechanism like an officer making a traffic stop. As we heard at last week's informational meeting, speed cameras seek to control and alter behavior through surveillance. Chief Paris stated, if we put it in the minds of drivers that this area is always monitored, we are hoping that it changes their behavior. You cannot increase public safety by treating every citizen as a criminal under 24/7 surveillance. The crash data showed very few incidents occurred where the speed cameras were installed. Less than half of those total accidents occurred during school hours. This data was disregarded. The cameras went up, and it's all been justified with the false dichotomy that somehow our only choice is between speed surveillance cameras and a young child dying in a potential future accident. The proponents of surveillance technology will say we need to act prior to a severe collision. But speed cameras actually make us less safe because of unintended consequences and changing traffic patterns. The Fairfield Police reported that speeding complaints have dropped significantly. And Chief Parrish joked that perhaps they're not calling because they don't want us to put a speed camera on their street. This joke exposes the hypocrisy of this entire program. Speeding is now likely to be underreported because people are afraid that if they report speeding, more cameras will be installed. People don't want to live under government surveillance. If violations of speeding go underreported by residents for fear that more cameras will be installed, that underreporting will inevitably justify more cameras. I urge the town of Fairfield to suspend use of all surveillance cameras, conduct further research, allow the people to vote on whether they want surveillance technology in our communities, whether they want our tax dollars going to private companies.
And just want to let you know you're at your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Whether they want our tax dollars being funneled to private companies and having those companies profit off the warrantless surveillance of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, in order for everyone to have before our next member of the public goes, I just really want to encourage members to please, we want to make sure that everyone tonight has an opportunity to be heard. And so just really, again, respectfully ask that you refrain from clapping. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Christine Ludwigzak, Partridge Lane. Just want to thank the RTM for hearing the public on this matter and for all your time and efforts on this program. I am not in support of the speed cameras as they were implemented this past spring. I am in support of using this technology to assist our police department as a supplemental tool to their law enforcement efforts as it pertains to speeding in highly vulnerable and problematic areas. I don't feel like this technology should be utilized as a first step. There are a number of speed calming measures that are less intrusive, and it's been discussed, I think, at length this evening, that the town should be taking to increase awareness of residents to reduce their speed, such as speed humps, highly visible crosswalks, flashing lights, traffic poles, all before cameras are implemented. I also feel the town is doing a disservice to its residents if the school zone is not abundantly clear especially during an active school zone. There should be no question as to when more vulnerable members of the community or children have an increased presence on the streets. Drivers need to be made aware of this in order to respect the laws. A small sign is not sufficient to call out this change, especially with newly designated school zone locations, and I think there's going to be numerous more that are designated in the coming months here. Making everyone aware of a school zone, I would argue, is almost more important than the cameras and the speeding tickets, especially during the time of day when it's active. So this improves the safety for everyone in our community as well as decreases the frustration around speeding tickets. People don't want to speed. They want to obey the law. They just need to know when that law changes, when the speed reduces during that small window of time. So it's a small sign is not sufficient. I think it benefits everyone to increase awareness around an active school zone. So I request that it's reevaluated to incorporate flashing yellow lights with all school zones, regardless of if there's a speed camera. And I do support Representative Longo's amendment here to halt the program so that everything can be reevaluated. So again, I do support the use of this technology to keep our community safe and help our police department, but I would like to see it implemented as a supplemental tool as opposed to the primary method. And I'd like to see all other options exhausted,
And you're at your
proving
2
the need
minutes.
for residents to be subjective to such intrusiveness into their privacy. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Thank you. Go ahead. Welcome.
Hi, Chrissy Kelly, 117 Colonial Drive. I'm going to be super quick. I'd also support Representative Longo's amendment, but more so, and I'm not going to go into repeating what everyone said about how they feel about, I am not in favor of this program, but more so because when I hear even that the RTM is considering a subcommittee to go over something else, I feel like there's a collective eye roll because any email I have sent to anybody about this program, there's so much finger pointing as, oh, that's not the RTM's purview, or that's, you have to talk to the police department about that, or this came straight from the Board of Selectmen, or this came from so-and-so. And I feel like adding yet another subcommittee is diluting the accountability of this program. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. Nobody knows who to complain to. Nobody knows who to just ask genuine questions to. I just think there's too many people involved. And so having another committee, yes, it sounds like we're doing something, but at the end of the day, it's just more bureaucracy on top of a program that people don't even understand. And I would argue that if you have to have a program that has 6 different committees and 7 different subcommittees, and online we're being told, oh, well, you should follow the traffic authority meetings and you should follow these meetings. Like, how many more subcommittees do we have to follow? And I just think like we are trying to stay engaged, but you're almost making it impossible by just adding all these extra layers. So for those reasons, I would ask you to pause it just because it seems rudderless and leadership and nobody knows who's running it. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Pamela Iacono. I live at 68 Fife Road here in Fairfield. And I just wanted to say for the record, my kids are grown now, but I always felt a police presence, especially at the beginning of the school year when my kids went to school. So thank you to the police department for that. I think that this should be a motion that is very easy to support if you came here this evening to support studying the ordinance. It makes complete sense, and I would hope that more than just 8 of you will be supporting it. That would be the 6 that have sponsored opening up the ordinance, the 2 that just sponsored an amendment to it. Hopefully we can pick up a majority so that 51% of you vote to study the ordinance and pause it while you do so, because it is absolutely perplexing that anybody would vote to affirm a program in one vote and then turn around and vote to open up to change it in the next. So if you're in favor of rewriting this and finding fixes, this should be very easy, and it would make sense that you would pause the program while you study it. So I'm in favor personally of looking at the things that are can be improved on this program, because I think that there are a lot of things that can be improved, and it would make sense to postpone the ordinance or suspend it while you're studying it. So I hope that you join in the amendment to do so. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dan Rubenstein. I'm at 95 Sycamore Lane, and I have a specific question that I'd like you all to consider. And if anyone has an answer, either during or afterwards, I'd love to chat with you. So my question centers on whether or not these element speed cameras can or will be used for purposes other than speed enforcement. As a lot of you know, Fairfield has recently entered into a $3.4 million contract with Axon that includes a Fusus platform, which is designed to bring third-party cameras like these speed cameras into a single system for police access. That system specifically designed to integrate the 54 outpost cameras we're going to have, all the police dashboard cameras, police drone cameras, body cameras, and up to 225 third-party cameras from businesses and other parties, all into a single AI-powered Axon ecosystem. So my question is, what is the scope of these speed cameras? And is it possible that they may be used for purposes that we're not currently aware of? So my question is this: will the school speed zone cameras be connected to Fusus either now or in the future? If so, which department controls and who can query that data? And can these units stream live video? If they can, what in the contract or state law prevents them from being used for anything beyond speed enforcement? And I'd like a direct answer to one more thing. Once these cameras are on the shared platform, can they be used to track the movement of a specific vehicle or person across the network as they travel through our town? Thanks.
Thank you. And again, I just want to remind people that the motion on the floor currently is about Representative Longo's motion to amend item number 6 to put a hiatus on the program while the ordinance drafting committee, if that is formed, does work. Go ahead.
Listen, I've been in.
Please state your name and address.
Sorry. I've been in Fairfield for decades. What?
Please state your name and address.
Oh, I'm not gonna, my name is Gonzalez, but I'm not gonna state my address just in case ICE is
That's
looking
fine.
for me.
Per public,
All right.
per the rules to regulate, we just ask for your name.
It's kind of a political dig, but anyways. No, I live in Fairfield and I don't know what the problem is. You know, I drive around, Fairfield all day long. And there's some people that drive fast. Oops, sorry. Some people drive faster and some people drive slower. Is this the guy from the camera guy? Is that the camera guy? Oh, he's not? We should have him here. He's like the Robert Preston of, from the music.
Just going to ask that you stay focused on your comment.
I know you got a problem in River City and he's going to solve it. But I mean, I drive around all the time. All of us are going to drive away from here. We're going to drive home and nobody's going to hit anybody. Nobody's going to kill any kids on bikes and stuff like that. What is the problem? Why do we need this extra surveillance? I'm fine. Every day I drive, around Fairfield. I'm mostly Home Depot, which is a problem that's my own problem. But anyways, I go to Home Depot and I'm driving the roads and some people are going a little bit faster, some people a little bit slower. What is the problem? Why do we need this stuff? You can answer my question.
It's just an opportunity for public comment.
Oh, all right. Of course you're not going to answer it. But no, I mean, everybody here is going to drive home tonight. I would imagine that you guys, the police people, probably, technically, you were going to be speeding at some point when you drive home, right? I will be too. I don't even know what the speed limits are half the time. 25, 30, 35, whatever. I drive along and everybody's driving about the same speed. And we're cool. Everybody's happy. I hardly ever see anybody speeding like crazy. So why are we even addressing any of it?
And just want to let you know, you have 1 more minute if you like.
1 more minute?
You're at your 2 minutes.
Oh, you're kidding. Well, why'd they get so much?
Everyone got 3 minutes. Oh, because
No, they got more.
They did, because speakers doing a report are subject to different rules than members of public comment.
Kidding. So the government's.
And you're using your time right now.
The government has more rules. All right, yeah, that's fair. But anyway, so I mean, just, everybody's okay. I drive around and so some people are going fast, some people are going slow, but everybody's about the same speed. Why are we doing anything? Why do we even intervene in all this stuff? All these people on the phone, all the camera guys, half the time tomorrow morning, they're going to get up and they're going to drive someplace and they're going to be speeding. Probably, right? That's the way it is. But they're technically going to be speeding and nobody even cares, right? So that's all I'm saying. Again, we have a problem that nothing's broke. Why fix it? Sorry.
Nope, you're fine. You're at your 3 minutes. Thank you. All right.
That's going to be a tough act to follow. I won't take that long. Megan McCloat, 2815 Reading Road. I was a former District 2 RTM representative when I was one of the only sole members of our caucus that voted for this ordinance. And I say that because I am firmly now going to endorse Rep. Longo's amendment in why I think every member of this RTM should read the room and agree to this amendment as to why this needs to pause. Madam Moderator, a word out of your mouth was democracy in action. This is democracy in action. I sat through how many RTM meetings where what we would give if we had a 100th of the representative of this room show up for a single meeting. In my history, and since I've been living in Fairfield, I cannot recall where collectively I think we had as many people at all of the RTM meetings that I attended, that I voted on, and that I even attended before I was an elected official where we had this type of representation. And that speaks volumes. I think the concept of a subcommittee and a committee, and then God forbid we're going to have a task force. I think the woman who spoke before about the fact that we don't really have time for that because the time is clicking where we're all getting these violations. I am not going to say whether or not the speed cameras are an issue because I don't believe now, given the data we do have, I think we have more questions than we actually have answers. And I think that's why we need to pause. We need to figure out what we're doing. We need to really look at the legality, the liability we've exposed ourselves to, perhaps a better way that we now with the data can improve this. But it is also not lost on me that since this entire concept of what I still will argue till this is done was a procedurally flawed process where due process was denied to our constituents. It was not noticed properly. We had issues with how the enforcement program was actually enforced after it was voted on by this body. But since this concept came up, we've had 8 resignations from the RTM. I think that's something that the public needs to know. This is clearly an issue that our constituents care about. So every member on this RTM, I believe you have an obligation to not only read the room, to listen to these individuals and recognize there is no harm in pausing a program to do it right. We've all been there
Just
in
want to let
life.
you know you're at 2 minutes.
I know. We've all been there in life where we make decisions and sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes it's not what we thought, or sometimes we needed more information, or sometimes we would have done it differently, maybe for the same outcome, had we had a different way to get to the outcome. What Representative Longo's well-worded amendment asks all of you to do is to do exactly what you were elected to do, which is listen to the people who voted you into these positions. There is no harm in pausing this project this time. It was already prematurely added into the budget long before it was even proposed as an ordinance. You had over $1 million of revenue prematurely added into the budget for this program. We're gonna be fine if we pause it and we do this right. Suspend this ordinance the way it's been proposed by Rep. Longo. Let's take a pause, let's take a breath, and let's do what's right for Fairfield. Thank you.
Okay. And again, just going to keep asking for people to have an opportunity, so refrain from clapping. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Eileen Leeds. I live on Villa Avenue, 354 Villa Avenue. And I just want to say that I've seen incredible success in what has occurred with the cameras and the traffic and the speeding, because Villa Avenue notoriously has many accidents on it. It's not just about schools and the school children. It's about all citizens being safe with traffic on the road in the place where they live in Fairfield. Pausing it, I don't know if that's going to help us on Villa Avenue, unless people have been trained because of the cameras and the fines to not speed in those areas between Villa Avenue and Melville in front of Ward. It's Ward, Fairfield Ward. So I can't tell you whether to pause it or not, or whether it's working or not for everybody, but I can tell you it's working for Fairfield. I'm sorry, for Villa Avenue. And I think that you have an outpouring of a lot of negative reactions to it for so many different reasons that everybody has in their heart, in their mind. But like I said, I can tell you it worked on Villa Avenue and Melville Avenue. I feel much safer, and I think there's plenty of citizens, children who are safer because of it. But don't walk out of this situation without proper solutions, because I saw solutions, I saw it cleaned up because of the cameras and the ticketing. And we've had some bad accidents on Villa, and I'm surprised nobody died. Excuse my hair, I was swimming. I'm not looking this nutty usually, but let me just say.
And just a heads up, you're at your 2 minutes.
Thank you. And please be kind to people. Please be civil. You don't need to laugh at this. It's not funny, because people do get hurt. I've seen too many accidents. I have pictures on my phone. I'll show you. You won't laugh at them. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Morabli, 125 Sycamore Lane here in Fairfield, District 8. Yeah, I've lived in town for about 35 years, and I think it's important to speak to this. I want to thank Melissa for this amendment. I think it's important to take a pause on this and study this program. And I've got a little, I have many problems with the way it was launched. But one thing that I think people haven't talked about is a hidden expense. And the hidden expense is to household members, but also to small businesses. And if we start with my house, I've got probably more cars than I need. Now, the good news with that is if somebody wants to borrow my car, friend, family, I have no problem with it. So they say, Nick, I want to borrow your pickup truck. Can I go to Home Depot? I toss them the keys. Sure. And I'm happy about that. Take my pickup truck, go to Home Depot. They get a speeding ticket, traditional speeding ticket on their way back from Home Depot. They return my keys. How did it go? Good. Any accidents? No. Oh, I got a speeding ticket. I'm like, oh, well, they pay it. Under this program, I pay the speeding ticket. I don't know why I should be responsible for paying a speeding ticket when somebody drove in my vehicle when I was trying to be the good Samaritan and the good guy that gave them the vehicle to drive. Now think about it this way. I also have a small business. I have 100 employees and 50 vehicles. We do massive amounts of safety training because this is a very important, aspect of the job when you have people driving 50 vehicles. All we do is training about safety. But again, if they get a speeding ticket and they're in one of my vehicles, my commercial vehicles, that speeding ticket is on them. They come back, hey, I got a speeding ticket. I'm like, yeah, I know, I got cameras in my vans. They get written up and there's consequences and there's retraining, but they pay the speeding ticket. In this scenario, I pay the ticket. And people are like, oh, well, just get rid of your drivers. You can't do that. I can't just get rid of employees.
Just want to let you know you're at 2 minutes.
Oh, good. 1 minute to go. I can't just get rid of employees. Everybody knows how hard it is to get employees. And I think it's important for the RTM to realize this. So now let's paint a picture here. You're a small business, you're a landscaper, and you got, 6, 7, 8 trucks, or you're a plumber, you're an electrician. They're in the same boat. The electricians and plumbers get a traditional speeding ticket. They pay it. Now a plumber, landscaper, electrician, any small business, roofer, they're in our town. They're coming from other towns. Their employees are driving around getting tickets. They're like, oh, well, because they know they're not going to pay it. The owner gets it. You know what the owner's going to do? He has to pay it. Now you know what he's going to do? Your painting quote just went up. Your electrical quote just went up. There's a line on him now in his balance sheet to pay for speeding tickets. So all of our prices of these services are going to go up because these small businesses have to pay these tickets that normally they wouldn't have to do in a traditional speeding environment. So I think it's important to look at this and study those hidden costs that are going to affect all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ed Long, 137 Meadow Ridge Road in Southport. I'd like to thank everybody for the opportunity to speak to my fellow citizens in the RTM. I like to take a common sense approach to controversial issues. And here I'm just going to list some questions, and they're not rhetorical, but just think about these questions for a minute. Why did we not get to vote on this particular initiative or other alternatives? Why are less affluent towns such as Bridport and other areas where there's not as affluent citizens pausing this particular effort? Are we earmarking the money, the $1 million that we're making, to improve our town? Or are we just wasting it? Why isn't there adequate signage to warn drivers about this? Why are we giving speeding tickets when school's not in session? Why didn't we consider the unintended consequences of other traffic patterns and speeding patterns and other alternative routes when people avoid the school route now? Lastly, why would we trust our government with our data when none of these questions have been answered or thoroughly analyzed? Thank you.
Thank you. And again, for an effort.
I got to make the short person adjustment here. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Roy, and I live at 3 Buena Vista Road, and I am speaking in opposition to Representative Longo's amendment. In 1982, Michigan lawmaker David Hollister introduced a bill fining drivers for not wearing seatbelts. He got hate mail comparing him to Hitler. Back then, only 14% of Americans wore seatbelts regularly, even though federal law required them in cars since 1968. The backlash was fierce. Colleagues called the bill mass hysteria and warned that it was the first step towards outlawing smoking. People sold T-shirts printed to look like a seatbelt just to mock the law. Seatbelt laws passed in 49 states regardless. Today, we know they cut the risk of dying in a crash by 45%, and the national usage rate is over 91%, more than 6 times what it was in the 80s. I bring this up because it's a pattern. New safety measures are almost always met with resistance from a small but vocal minority. If we caved to the seatbelt law resistance in the 80s, thousands more people would have died in car crashes in the years since. That brings me to our school zone speed camera program. It's working. Speeding violations dropped 87% through June and July, reducing risk to kids walking and biking to school. Speed isn't just a factor in crashes, it shapes every stage. It determines whether a hazard turns into an incident, whether an incident becomes a collision, and how severe the injuries are when it does. Like many here tonight, I want a Fairfield where every child can get home safely on foot or by bike. Slower streets means safer kids. Slower school zone speeds also mean more parents will feel safer walking their kids to school. Thus, there will be less congestion for drivers, which is a win for everyone. I urge the RTM to not support this amendment and to recommit to this program. Protecting kids shouldn't be political. It's simply responsible.
And just to let you know, you're at 2 minutes.
Cool. Just as we did with seatbelt laws, let's look beyond the immediate controversy and support this program for the long haul. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to ask for people to refrain from comments so we make sure everyone has an opportunity to be heard.
Goldberg, Casimir Drive in Fairfield. I've been a resident of Fairfield for only 6 years, a resident of Pennsylvania for 78 years. Pennsylvania has yellow flashing lights at every school. The hours could change, early openings, evening activities, summer camps. They tell you when to slow down. The state of Connecticut is now requiring new installations on state highways in schools to have yellow flashing lights. I would urge that when this program, that needs a pause to discuss, to study this, or to make decisions, that we add the flashing yellow lights to all the existing installations. It was done, as someone previously said, the cart was put before the horse. Now we have a bid out to put down the signage on the roadways delineating the beginning and the end of the speed zones. It should have been done before it was even implemented. It was a backward way of doing it. It wasn't correct. The question of Axon or the cameras, people talking about liability and privacy, this folder, which I can share with anyone, Google it, whether it's front door, back door, or side door, the information that has been gathered has been shared in some places with ICE and Border Patrol, in some cases used by individual police officers, not through their department, to track spouses. I have the information here. You can find it online. To track other people, spouses, exes, girlfriends. It's been improperly used. So whoever said the danger of this going forward, it's real. It is happening. In Texas, the information was shared. It's a
And just want to let you know you're at your 2 minutes.
Fine, 1 minute will do. They were sharing they were looking for information, people going to birth control clinics or for abortions. Ectopic, people were in Massachusetts or other states and they found the information and took them to jail. A woman in the last couple of weeks in, I believe it was Florida, gunpoint with children in a car, a mother, the information, the license plate reader had the wrong license plate and they stopped them at gunpoint with kids in the car. This is a very dangerous situation that you're allowing yourself to get into. And I hope this is considered when you review this. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Peter Capozzi. I live at 2015 Reading Road. I am stepping up because I do not support Representative Longo's amendment. And here's why. I think listen, I don't know that I'm going to change any minds with what I have to say, but to me, this is about convenience and being held accountable. How many of us have a cell phone? Pretty much everyone in this room. This is a GPS-enabled homing device that is more powerful. That is a more powerful computer than the space shuttle that took us to the moon. We opt in. Who knows? Which of us knows what apps feeding information to where have our location services data enabled, where that data is going, who's using it, and who's monetizing it? I certainly don't. We all use credit cards. Every time you swipe a credit card, doesn't matter where in the world you are, a profile is built and made more robust, tracking our locations, our spending habits, our behaviors, everything about us, and that data is quantified and sold. So the question is, why do we opt into things that are collecting far more data than a stationary camera? And I would argue it's because of convenience. When my husband and I grew up in this town. My parents moved us here in 1981. The speed limit on Reading Road, where I live currently, has been the same since I was 2 years old. It hasn't changed. The speed limit is the speed limit, regardless of whether there's a camera or a policeman standing next to the speed limit sign. The law is the law. It doesn't change whether it's at 2:30 in the morning or at 9 a.m. on a school day. It's the law. Going 1 mile an hour over the speed limit is a violation of
Just
the
want to
law.
let you know you're at 2 minutes.
Thank you. Now, you might not like that, but when I moved into my home about, I don't know, very shortly after we moved in, I got a knock on the door from a neighbor who was in tears because a friend of mine who I grew up with, his wife was run over on our street on her birthday, leaving his family with 2 kids without a mom. And she told me a couple years before that, on the same street, her relative had been run over and killed. I can't tell you the number of times we've heard T-bone crashes outside our window since we moved to our home. And since those cameras have been installed, I don't have the data, but what I can tell you is I've noticed people driving a lot slower and being a lot more conscious because those cameras are there outside Dwight's school.
Just want to let you know you're at 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. I think everybody gets my point. So I just would urge you to consider, what are you afraid of with these cameras? And driving is not a constitutional right. It is a privilege, and we share the road, and it's important that we be considerate and conscious, and those cameras wouldn't be there if we didn't have a problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we continue with our next member of the public, I just am going to ask people, I was starting to hear some side conversations, and I just really want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to be heard. So just respectfully ask that people, refrain from speaking when others are. Go ahead.
Bob McGuffey, Mayweed Road, District 7. Speaking in support of Melissa's amendment. I only wish it could be a permanent pause, and I hope some of what I have to say will answer the last gentleman's questions. Speed cameras, license plate readers, red light cameras, all of them. They all represent the early stages of a government surveillance state, whether you recognize that or not, because when it gets to here, it started here, and we're there. If we don't stop this, it's guaranteed to advance from this point. It's guaranteed. Why? Because it's human nature to control, unfortunately. That's why we have a government with separation of powers. The more separation, the better. Regardless of the intentions of those today, others will follow you. And my prediction is easy to prove, because are there any of you here today who are willing to pledge that the cameras will go no further than these schools where they are today? Anybody? No, I didn't think so. So I would urge everybody to really think about it. This is how it starts. Policing is able to be done, criminals are caught, and all the rest of it up until this point. We don't need to be surveilled by robots, ticketed by robots, fined by robots, have the rules changed probably by robots. So let's keep that in mind. It starts here, no matter how much safety happens to be the reasoning right now. There will be others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bill Hopf. I live at 285 Hemlock Hills Road North. I'm going to tell you that for a focus group of one, meaning myself, the speed cameras were something of a humbling experience because I felt that people were driving too fast in town, but I didn't think it was me necessarily, but I got 2 warnings and I did get a ticket. So the consequence of that has been that I drive slower, and I get that the state law only allows us to put them in school zones, but I really think the point is that to get us to drive slower everywhere. And just speaking for myself, I drive slower everywhere, and I'm much more aware of how fast I drive. I know now what 30 miles an hour looks like when I'm driving. I don't have to look at the speedometer anymore because I've been diligent about trying to obey the rules. And the fact that the police chief has said that we have a 10-mile-an-hour grace, which police officers don't ever want to tell you that because they don't want you to think that that's really what you can do. But I use that. So I am not in favor of the amendment. I am in favor of the program. And I want to point out to everybody that if you look at this as big government or government intruding on your lives, I want to point out the fact that the administration made an attempt to talk to people about what was going on in June. The behavior was, I think, awful. People were calling our first selectman an idiot. They were saying negative things about our police chief, which is not how I think people in Fairfield really are. And I want to just say that they're considering making a change to the
Just a heads up, you're at 2 minutes.
making a change to the program. This is a public meeting. This is democracy. We're all being heard. But I'm just going to say the difference between the men and the boys and the ladies and the girls is what do you do when the crap hits the fan? And that's what's happening right now. And I'm going to tell you, I have confidence in this administration and these people that they're going to do something that's going to make the whole thing work pretty well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Judy Proctor, 428 Pequot Avenue in Southport, speaking in opposition to Ms. Lango's amendment. I'm going to talk briefly about sort of a bigger picture. I became a fan of speed cameras when we visited Finland, where they've used speed cameras on highways and in towns since 1995. The traffic moves along at a consistent pace. There are few crashes and therefore few traffic jams. Helsinki, a city of 700,000, regularly posts no traffic-related deaths. In the US, in contrast, has 34,000 a year. Most of these are on roads like ours, not highways. Connecticut saw over 275 traffic-related deaths last year. I know about these statistics, sadly, because I have been a traffic advocate to honor our son. A speeding, distracted driver killed him while he was cycling with his fiancée at a problematic intersection outside of Boston. Had the driver been going slower or had the intersection been altered to encourage safe driving, he would be alive today. Fairfield is admirably working proactively to avoid these tragedies. Speed cameras are just one tool that the police department and the town has implemented to calm traffic, creating not only safer roads, but roads and infrastructure so that parents will feel comfortable allowing children to walk and bike to school. I fully support the speed cameras, and again, am not in favor of Ms. Longo's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another short person. Good evening. My name is Lori Hashizumi, and I live at 1059 Pequot Avenue in Southport. And I want to speak to the amendment. I heard a lot of people before me, the majority of them were not in favor of speed cameras. They were in favor of the amendment, the proposed amendment to pause.
And you may need to
the
speak a little
work.
more into the mic.
Most of the people were in favor of pausing. I didn't hear a single speaker talk about what the benefit would be of pausing the program. So therefore, I ask that you vote against the proposed amendment. I think the original amendment is to acknowledge that there are some kinks in the program that you would like to work on as a committee. I urge everybody who had valid reasons, invalid reasons, wild reasons, I urge you to get involved in the local government and speak to your representatives and communicate through them to
We'll
have
ask
a
people to
good,
refrain.
have a good outcome. So anyway, I just wanted to say I have not heard any benefit of a pause. I think this program has been confusing to so many people that adding a pause would add even more confusion. Can you imagine your neighbor saying, oh, so I can speed tomorrow, but when can I stop speeding? I mean, I don't want to live in a society where people make up their own rules about how fast they can go because how safe they feel they drive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Ken Betza, East Lawn, Fairfield. I've been a resident for about 25 years. I'll start, so thank you for the opportunity to speak, and a lot of the points made resonate with me, but I'll start with a fun fact. I saw the email regarding tonight's session, and I was always wondering what the sticks that are being installed on the streets are called, and in the email, they referred to them as calm sticks. Funny, because I find them very stressful. I'm not sure, it takes me out into the middle of the road, but that's another point. All right, regarding that sign, slower cars equals safer kids. I'm in total agreement on that. And I have received 2 violations during the test period. My son received 2. The cameras have forced me to slow down. I'm conscious of it, stressfully conscious of it. So in some ways it's helped, but I've also avoided Anqua. I've tried to avoid Mill Plain Road. So I'm avoiding those areas in specific. But I will say, I think a lot of people are saying a pause and another committee. I'm in agreement for a pause for this reason. I think it kind of rolled out haphazardly. And I think flashing lights, you know, what happens is on Anqua, I'm driving and all of a sudden I realize I went past the 20-mile-an-hour sign and I'm going 25. Someone behind me is doing 30. They can't realize why I'm slowing down. It's stressful for that reason. But a flashing light automatically makes me slow down. So I think that ties in perfectly with slower cars equals safer kids. A flashing light warns you, slow down, you're going too fast. A digital reading, you're going 35, you're in a 20. That would be a big benefit, I think. Tracking, I think I'm in the minority on this point. I'm not sure how I feel about all the data because I don't care.
And
what
just want to
anybody
let you know
knows
you're
about
at 2
me.
minutes.
Thank you. But I will say this, if it helps in someone finding a kidnapper and being able to track that car, I'm cool with that. If it helps police enforcement, solve crimes, bank robbers, I'm cool with that. But I understand how a lot of people are upset with that. So I'll just end by saying, I think a pause is justified. I think another committee, I'm not sure. I think the original committee should just look back and say, how did we roll this out? And what can we do to make it better for the public to accept it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Keith Bradley. I live at 66 Lil Allen Drive. My kids always make fun of me. I think those little numbers on the side of the road that means something and I think we should drive. Why do I think that? Well, I've taken care of the people who've been injured in traffic crashes. I'm an emergency doc, and I can tell you that for sure, the person who was speeding and hits a child prays that they could go back to that time and not speed through that zone. And if these cameras help people not do that, that'll be something that everybody in this room should be thankful for. And I know that those of us who are involved in care of patients in these kinds of crashes will be thankful that those cameras are there. I can't believe we're thinking of pausing them right when school is starting, right? If you want to make changes, and there's not a system that's been put up that can't be tweaked and made better, but you've got something that's working today. If you want to change it and make it better, hallelujah, but don't pause it, especially don't pause it now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Randolph, Cedar Woods Lane. See a bunch of my neighbors here. So I'm strongly opposed to the pause. Why? It's a lot of what Dr. Bradley just talked about. There are consequences to pausing. You don't know this. People say, well, nothing happened in this town, but between 2015 and 2024, we had 190 serious injuries. And I see the police chief nodding his head. You guys don't know about that. You don't see it. 9 people died. 9 people died. If you pause something and something happens, that is your fault. It is your fault. If something happens in that zone, if there's a pause in this program that's working right now, it is irresponsible. I've ridden my bicycle in this town for decades. I've lived here for over 30 years, and I've had more than a few close calls on Reading Road. I was almost killed once. And I know how vulnerable you are, especially with people driving, looking at this. As everybody knows, I see this is an older crowd in here. People didn't used to be distracted by this. This is really dangerous. Right now, people are on their phone and they're distracted. We talked about safer streets. And when I first read, there were 94,000 violations. Did you guys know that? 94,000 violations in 1 month. I thought it was a typo. It wasn't. But we've done something that's made a big difference. Since installing the speed cameras, violations have dropped more than 80%. That's an amazing success, and you all should be very proud of that. Unfortunately, know what excess speed can do. On Jefferson Street, I think many of you know that accident, almost 6 people were killed in that. There was a head-on collision with an Uber. And God knows how those kids didn't know, they weren't killed. Speed matters. Speed is physics. Slower speeds allow drivers to react and improve, and that's what the speed cameras do. A pedestrian's chance of survival by being struck by a car is significantly increased when a car is going 25 miles an hour.
Just want to let you know you're at 2 minutes.
We should expect complaints from people receiving 90,000 tickets. That's why this room, I bet a lot of people in this room got tickets. But that's 30 times the number of people who voted in the primary. Frustration about receiving a speeding ticket is not a reason to weaken a safety program. All we're asking is for drivers to obey the law. Your responsibility is to protect the public safety even when enforcing generates complaints. And thank you for making this tough decision. As Chief Paris has said, it's better to deal with complaints about tickets today than mourn a preventable death tomorrow. The areas around schools should be the safest place in Fairfield at all times. The cameras are working. Don't weaken this and don't delay this.
Thank you. Again, I'm just going to ask for people to refrain from making comments. I really want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to come to the microphone and be heard. Go ahead.
Great. Charlie King. I live at Chelsea Street here in Fairfield. I think I'm District 8. I think that's what I am. I actually am in favor of this change, the ordinance creating this committee, pausing. In particular, if they have the ability to actually close the program down entirely, so they don't feel like they have to.
And again, I want to make sure people can be heard, so refrain from your applause.
So they may come to a better solution, which is great, but they should also have the flexibility to close it down. So here would be my suggestion for this committee. I think what they need to do As you can tell from the depth and breadth of the anger going on, it's super clear something's gone off the rails. And I think what this group needs to do is really think about kind of the first principles that we need to view this program through. And I would suggest to you 3. 1, measure the outcome that actually matters. 2, use government power proportionately and compel only when necessary. And 3, treat government surveillance as exceptional, not routine. Let me illuminate each one. First, measure the outcome that matters. The town tells us that it's working because speed is down. That's true, but speed isn't the goal. That's not the KPI. It's safety. We're measuring the wrong thing. According to Fairfield's application to the state, across the 6 areas for the speed cameras, over 3 years, there are 549 crashes, 15 related to speed. So by my math, and AI double checked me, that's 3% of the accidents in these areas are speed related. If I flip it on its head, what we're saying is that 97% of the crashes there or accidents are not related to speed. Yet what we've done is we've implemented a very heavy-handed, over-the-top method that, as you can tell, is generating a lot of concern as opposed to looking at other things.
And just want to let you know you're at 2 minutes.
That may be much more compelling. Second, use government power proportionately and compel only when necessary. I would say anytime that you're making people change behavior through the use of fines or other things, it should carry the highest burden of proof and transparency. And the first thing you should be looking at is the least invasive way to implement that program. And then third, treat government surveillance as the exception, not the routine. It's very easy to say it's only one program and it's only in certain areas. My phone already knows where I am. That's how the exception becomes normal. What I would say to you as the committee looks at it, that when you look at it through these, what I'll call first principles, I think that you'll see that this program fails on all 3. So I would respectfully suggest that you use those principles as you think about the program in totality, and even more broadly.
And just want to let you know you're at 3 minutes.
I'd encourage you to use those types of first principles in all of the types of government that we're going to run. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Corson. I live in 75 Martingale Lane. And just a couple of quick notes. I think it's safe to say that all of us here, either for or against, are totally for children's safety. This isn't really about safety. Of course, it's about safety, but it's how we implement it. And just a couple facts that I've got. Your study on Burr Street specifically point out that the average speed was 29.5 miles an hour. And there was an 85 percentile speed of 34.2 miles an hour. That means 85% of the drivers on Burr Street were going 34.2 or under, okay? I got a ticket because my daughter lives off of North Street for going 37, okay? So I don't understand, how you came up with that logic. The second point is, I found no record, to best of my knowledge, of any major motor vehicle or pedestrian accident on Burr Street, on the 1900 block of Burr Street. There was one in 2022. So how did you decide Burr should be that choice? I don't know I don't know how many people have been driven on Burr, but it's really tough to go 20 or 25 miles an hour on that road. It's almost impossible. So, and then the last, and we know we touched on it a little, you budgeted 1.1 million in speed camera revenue, and that's great. But you did it before even the cameras were operating. And that's terrible. So you should tell us, like, how much has already been collected, how much you're going to pay the camera company, and are you going to be able to balance the budget in lieu of the camera revenue? If it's all
Just
about
want to let you know you're
safety,
at 2 minutes.
if it's all about safety, then we should implement other ways that the gentleman early on with the speed bumps and the lights, if it's about safety, and we should be eliminating cameras. And then the question is, goes your revenue. So I'm questioning the whole concept, and I totally agree with the other gentleman. It shouldn't be put on hold. It should be dropped. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do just want to remind people when they're coming to speak that the motion on the table right now is about the motion to amend whether or not the forming the ordinance drafting committee should also include a hiatus of the program. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Anya Mizak, 289 Brookline Terrace. I am for the speed cameras and against inserting the pause clause in the motion. First of all, I've heard a lot of confusion in all the comments between the flock cameras, which have been in the news a lot, and what we are actually implementing, which is the speed cameras. So as much as I'm in support of speed cameras, I do recommend we think about how to educate everyone here about what the differences are and how much information is actually being collected, because my understanding is actually pretty minimal, and it seems like a lot of the public feels like a lot more is being collected than it is. So I do recommend that there's some more education that needs to be done. That said, we as a town committed to Vision Zero just a little bit ago, and I do think that the speed cameras are an integral part of that, in addition to potentially speed bumps. That's a lot of people mentioned so far, additional sidewalks, flashing lights. I think this is just one part of a larger and very critical initiative. And just kind of one little personal story. So I have two young daughters in elementary school. When my daughter was 6, I had to teach her to cross the street. Because I live off of Stratfield Road, what that meant is I taught her to stand on the very edge of the curb, wherever there was a crosswalk, lean in, wave like a crazy person, because that is the only way there's a possibility that one of the speeding cars is going to see you and stop. Then I watched her do it and watched dozen or more cars still passed right by her at a crosswalk in front of a church near a school, not seeing her because they were going too fast. So I think the speed cameras can help my child eventually be able to cross Stratfield Road by herself. I hope that the speed cameras get to my area of town. The difference between a car hitting a child at 25 miles an hour and 35 miles an hour is literally life or death. There's so much conversation. I was only going 36. I didn't think I was going that
Just
fast.
want to know you're at 2 minutes.
I'm almost done, yes. But I want to remember that difference, those 10 miles an hour between 25 and 35 is the difference between life and death. 10% chance of dying versus 50% chance of dying, and that is huge. And I guess I'll try to wrap it up. I'll just say I grew up in this town walking, biking, and as a kid, I always felt safe. I hear a lot of people talking. I didn't need it in Fairfield because I was able to do all these things and I've always felt safe. The fact is, cars today are faster, quieter, they are larger. It is far more dangerous on the roads today than it was when I was a kid. And so we need to react accordingly and use modern tools to help slow cars down. And I guess I'll just say I'm against putting the pause, but I am pro making a real big effort on educating the public about how these cameras work. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Cantor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm at 11 Myron Street, and I'm opposed to the pause. I have a background in transportation planning for the last 25 years and in urban planning. I feel really, really committed to safety, to making sure that people walking and biking on the streets of Fairfield can get around just as safely as people who are shielded by giant metal structures that they are surrounded by. Children should be able to get around safely and have some freedom. You don't want them locked in their homes. By omitting these speed cameras, you're really requiring children to stay at home far more. And I don't think that's safe and it's not healthy. I also just want to point out that there are a lot of great recommendations here for speed tables and so on, but those are not automatic. And those, it will take many decades to install as many as those that are needed. It's a very slow and deliberate process. So I highly recommend maintaining the speed cameras and also start looking into those speed tables and continuing to develop more ways to improve the design of the streets and the environment so that cars are obligated to go more slowly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathy Braun. I'm former RTM representative for 6 years, about 10 years ago, FairTV Commission, and now I'm on the Zoning Commission. I fully support Representatives Melissa's Longo's amendment to the committee for a number of reasons. First of all, the level of democracy we see here that everyone is complimenting us on should have been done on day one. The data collection should have been done on day one. The opaqueness that existed has resulted in a bad rollout and lack of trust in our government. And I share that lack of trust. I'm on the Zoning Commission. I see what happens when members of the public do not feel we are listening to them, do not feel we are being transparent, and do not feel that they have a voice. So I feel that the exact program that was implemented is not what people thought it was going to be on day one. I'm not going to repeat what other people have said, but there's been many issues with exactly what the program was, how it was described, how it was approved, and finally how it was implemented. You can't expect people in our town to not understand who, what, where, when, why, and how the speed cameras will take place. Okay, you're driving up down a road, there's a sign you can't read, and it says it's during certain hours of the day, but then you hear the first selectman woman say, oh, no, it's 24/7. So this level of confusion is not acceptable. So what I'm saying is the benefit of pausing it is restore our faith that our government is going to listen to us and do it the right way on day one. So do the data collection, do the public engagement, implement it the right way, and pause it right now. There will be no negative repercussions. We're already changing our routes around the school so we don't go near there. I don't go near any elementary school anymore. So I fully support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jody Eisman from Andrassy, Tungus Hill. Anyway, I did speak to my RTM representatives and was told, oh, we got rid of the flock cameras. We're going with Axon. So just so you know, Axon, you can easily install it in about 15 minutes. And we should be aware that it's just one more way we're being surveilled. You know, we have our cell phones. That's true. We have our credit cards, that's true. They're going to take away cash and they're going to make it surveillance money. And this is just one more thing. Oh, and our routers in our house, now they're going to be able to track us. They just announced that. So just to be aware that this company, Axon, they're integrated. The police have Axon cameras, Axon, it used to be a taser company. The 911 call centers are being integrated with Axon. And it's all being developed in Israel. There are 80 engineers in Tel Aviv creating all the software for the 911 calls. And so we're also we're outsourcing our technology to a foreign country.
And I just want to ask people to stay focused on the amendment.
I am. I'm saying I'm supporting. I'm just talking about surveillance. This is what we're doing, and one of the things that Ben Franklin said was, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety." So what we're giving away by using this surveillance technology is our freedoms that the people that came before us fought very hard for, and by giving them up, so the world is not necessarily a safe place, but that's not our job. Our job is to protect our civil liberties, the Fourth Amendment, and that by just casually giving it away, because maybe it'll stop something from happening.
You're at 2 minutes. You have another minute.
Thank you. Anyway, I think, and I think it's not an emotional thing. It's just, how much surveillance do we want in our lives? And this is just one more. Like people said, you start here and it just continues. Once you give something up, you'll never get it back. And I support your amendment. I wish to get rid of the whole program because it's just more and more surveillance. And as Americans, I believe that's one of our greatest things is our liberty. And I'm for getting rid of the whole program. And yes, I think we should have a referendum on that. The town should vote whether we want to have this kind of stuff going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm Charles Proctor. I live on Pequot Ave in Southport. I would like to just add my voice opposing this amendment. There's been some very good reasons given. I think there's a large incentive for some people to come out against the program because they've received tickets. I think there's an awful lot of people who, if you really got them to talk about it, they'd be in support of it, and they haven't gotten tickets. And for one thing, I'd like to say, grow up and obey the
And again,
speed
just
limit.
speak to the motion on the table.
And Jeff Randall gave a very good argument for
And we'll ask people
not,
in the audience to just refrain from comments and let the speaker finish.
Jeff Randall gave a very good argument for not pausing the program. I know I'm not allowed to ask questions, but if I were allowed to, I would ask how many people in this room have lost a friend or a family member to a traffic fatality. As one who has, I can tell you anything would be worth avoiding that. So I am opposing this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Scott Bailey. I live on Pemburn Drive. We have all the rest of my information already because I got a ticket. So anyway, through that, I am in favor of the program. I mean, not of the program, of the amendment. But I'd like to say one thing. On Pansy Road in Fairfield, there's a sign. Flashing lights, as you come down the road, it blinks out what you're going, so you naturally slow down. There's no camera there for tickets. There's nothing. You ask the people on Pansy Road, they're all happy. People slow down. Why do we have to get tickets? Why is there a problem with that? If you just put up that sign just like there is, everybody slows down. I don't see what the problem is. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing no more people waiting in line in person, I'm going to just move to if there are people online. Okay. Oh, okay. So if are there members of the public online who are trying to? Okay. All right. Seeing no more public comment, we'll bring it back to the body. If any members of the body wish to speak on this motion to amend, Representative Hardigan.
Mike Hardigan, District 3. I have a question, a procedural question. It is not clear to me if the amendment that was proposed is even sustainable. We had a vote to create an ordinance, and the amended motion is asking for a pause. I don't know what mechanic.
It's asking for an operational pause in the program.
And that's permissible the way the motion was worded, is my question.
So ultimately that would be an operational decision would lie with the town, because the plan, this would start the ordinance drafting committee. An operational decision about the program itself would
Correct.
ultimately lay with the town.
Correct. So the motion as amended would not change the ordinance.
It would not change the original ordinance.
It's effectively mechanically
It would,
nothing.
if this amended motion carries, it would do two things. Or first, just, so if the amended motion carries, it would form the ordinance drafting committee and ask for a pause in the program. Because that is an operational decision, that is ultimately the town decision and not under the purview of the RTM to pause the program itself.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. So I'm going to just repeat that back to you in my own words to make sure I understand. Voting in favor of the motion as amended creates.
Or it's not amended yet. There's an amendment on the
If it
floor.
were to be amended, would still create the committee and not terminate the ordinance.
Ultimately, that would be an operational decision by the town, and they would have a sense of what the legislative body, us as the RTM, what we felt about that.
But legally, the ordinance does not go on pause.
Not being the town attorney, I don't want to give a legal opinion, but ultimately, having spoken with the town, it would be an operational decision by the town.
Okay, I
But
think
because as the RTM, we do not have the purview to be able to start or stop the program. We have the purview to enact the ordinance and amend the ordinance.
okay. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you answering my question.
We could, yes, I'm hearing people say, we could in fact repeal the ordinance, which would be a separate motion.
Which is not part of this. That was not.
That is
part
not
of
on the table right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize. Before we go to other members of the body, there had been actually members of the public online waiting to speak. And so I believe we have Dave Rock first. And so we'll ask FairTV to make sure to unmute him. And go ahead, Mr. Rock.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just want to make one point about pausing the program. I think it would be a mistake. I mean, if the purpose of this committee is to look at how the program is working and determine what changes we should make to the ordinance, then we should let the program continue operating while the work is being done. Pausing it in the middle of that process changes behavior and disrupts the data that we're trying to evaluate. And frankly, that creates unnecessary chaos. Reviewing ordinance, making recommendations, and make whatever changes the RTM ultimately believes are appropriate. But I don't think that we need to shut down the program while we are figuring out what those changes should be. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we also have Brian Cicerelli wanting to make a public comment on this.
Yes, do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I think a lot of presenters, did a good job in expressing their feelings. I just want to say you're missing one big thing. It's called engineering practice. Where do those posted speed limits come from? Well, there's a law, Connecticut General Statute 2090 is about engineering practice, and these posted speed limits have to be set correctly before enforcement can enforce them. Well, they're not. And so I'm a licensed professional engineer, an expert in traffic engineering and photo enforcement. So what's happened is that Chief Paris and Vitale found posted speed limits which were significantly under the 85th percentile, and then that's where they put their speed cameras. Well, the speed limits are supposed to be set to the 85th percentile. And when those posted speed limits were not greater than 5 miles or greater than 10 miles under the 85th, they lowered the speed limit for the sole purpose of making money. All this is engineering malpractice. In order to write these ATESD reports, plans, of Sheriff Paris and Vitale, they have to be licensed professional engineers. That's what licensed professional engineers do. These reports have engineering elements, but they are not licensed professional engineers. And also your speed camera company, Altumint, is not registered, does not have a certificate of authority to practice engineering in Connecticut. In the end, there's not one single camera that's been operating legally since day one. That's all. Bye.
Thank you. And I believe we also have, is it Judy Zablak? And I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, wanting to give public comment.
Yeah, thank you.
This is on the motion to amend item number 6.
Yep. I am in full support of Ms. Longo's amendment. And there are a couple of things that really bother me about this. And number one, I want to go back to, didn't the state say something that you could do a 3-year contract, and the town of Fairfield went ahead and signed a 5-year contract when that was not supposed to happen, and never brought it in front of the people. The signs are misleading, and the signage, you can't see it, they're misleading. They say it's from a certain time from when the kids are going to school or when they're not going, and when they get out, and it's 24/7. That's all misleading. I think that every single ticket that was given, and every citation that was given on a different time other than the school, should be revoked and refunded. And there's just so many things wrong here. You can't keep this going and put this through for the town members when you don't have all the facts. You obviously don't have all the facts, and we really need to pause that at the very minimum. Pause it. And thank you, Representative Longo. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Oh, and I'm sorry, I think there's Gary Larkin. Is that who's waiting? Another member of the public? Oh, I think you're unmuted now. Mr. Larkin,
Yes, hello.
go ahead.
Yes. The point I wanted to make, and to full disclosure, I am a member of the press, Fairfield County Business Journal, but I'm also a citizen of Fairfield. I just want, as transparency, I'd like to know why the town cannot give us how much revenue has been raised in the first 2+ months. I've asked this questions various times. I've had to do the sleuthing on my own and actually add up numbers, and I can't guarantee how accurate it is because no one's telling me. Because I have to guess on how much people are paying, in $65 versus $90, and the fact that there's 900 and something appeals, and the fact that it was brought up at the last meeting that 6,278 were actually thrown out. I mean, that's interesting. So that's my point. I know I can't ask a question, but really I do want to ask a question. Is how much revenue has the town raised, and why have they not released this yet? We're on nearly 3 months in. That's all.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Is there anybody else online? No one else? Okay, that's it. All right, so seeing none, thank you. We'll come back to the body if there was other members. Representative Longo.
Melissa Longo, District 1. When there was a question about what the RTM can do procedurally, I'm almost positive that we are able to, everything that I proposed in our amendment is within the purview of the RTM. If I'm mistaken, it's the whole reason why I made the amendment. It's what I thought we were able to do. So
It's because the underlying ordinance would remain. And so the ordinance itself doesn't start or stop the program. It allows the town to decide if they want to make that program operational. And so we could recommend a pause in the program to the town with this amendment, but ultimately it would be a decision of the town whether or not to make that operational decision.
okay. I thought that this was the town body that makes those decisions.
We are the legislative body.
I'm well aware.
And
I've been on
so-
this body for
Right,
3
no,
terms.
of course. And so if you remember from the ordinance itself is paving the way, allowing the town to submit a plan to the state, et cetera. The plan that has been approved by the state is the operational plan that is currently in place.
Do we have, I guess I'm guessing our town attorney is not available this evening?
He is not here this evening.
Okay. Would he be someone we should be asking that question to?
We absolutely can consult with him on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other members of the body? Representative Zezima?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Liz Esma, District 4. I am one of the sponsors of the resolution to form a committee. I will not be supporting my colleague's motion to amend for several reasons. One is, I think most people here may not realize, for those of us who've been around for a very long time, the number one issue we've heard from people, from constituents, from neighbors, from residents, is road safety, reckless driving. So we listened to our constituents, and that's how we found ourselves working towards the ordinance. But in the meantime, and I thank everyone here for coming and for all who wrote us, what I've seen, initially, of course, it was shocking to see an 87% drop in a staggering number of warnings, is many people said, look, you can't rely on the data you've collected so far because we are in a seasonal pause. School's out. We need to collect more data. I actually agree with that. For that reason, you cannot pause something if you want to broaden the amount of data that you collect. So for that reason, I would definitely not vote for this amendment. The idea of forming a committee is to look at ways to address concerns that people have raised, fears that they have, and look at ways that we can modify, change, amend, address the ordinance to satisfy those requests. We can't do that to something we have paused. We would stop collecting data, we would stop seeing the actual results of the program. So it would be near impossible. I think what you would be therefore voting for is to not have a committee. But a committee is part of this process, the legislative process. And I do not find it a conflict to vote in favor of the program, but to want to form a committee to potentially amend it. From the US Constitution to state statutes to our town charter, I affirm all of them. I don't want to take away the mechanism to amend any of them. So I believe that that's consistent. Those two are consistent. I thank my colleague for her motion. However, I cannot support it for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Representative Pistilli.
Sharon Pistilli, District 5. Through you, Madam Moderator, I just have a couple of questions for Chief Paris, if that's okay. So Chief Paris, Representative Longo has an amendment on the floor to suspend as of August 26th. Right, it's August 26th, yeah. And typically with the traffic patterns near the schools, I believe that school starts, I don't have kids in school anymore, they're all
September
grown up.
1st.
September 1st, right? Can you explain the difference in the traffic patterns from the data that we have over the summer, and you know, the general volume over the summer, and the difference in you know, because of the volume, the potential impact in pausing now, right when school's starting, as opposed to, you know, the information that we received over the summer. Over the summer, we received like 10 times the amount of violations that we thought we were going to receive. It was like absolutely staggering. And that's not even during school. So I don't have the data on that. I would imagine that from your experience that you'd be able to add some color on what kind of an impact, you know, it would be on the roads when September 1 hits.
I'll get it done in 2 minutes.
Actually, there's different time limits for members.
So I could tell you this, from my experience, traffic does increase during school times. I don't have the numbers in front of me to show you the exact numbers. Captain Irizarry, if there's something that I'm missing, please interrupt. But the just experience, I could say that traffic does increase during school times because we are, you know, we have an influx of college students visiting at that time. We have regular parents dropping off their children to schools, et cetera. Again, it's just my opinion. I give my opinion based upon 20 years of experience and as a crash reconstructionist. So that's what I can give you.
And during that time, are there people driving to school who haven't driven to that school before, and therefore there's some unfamiliarity with the traffic patterns around the schools?
Again, I can only guess that is potential an occurrence, but I can only give you a guess or an estimate of what my opinion would be. I could tell you that traffic patterns do change in the town of Fairfield, and they do change with schools in session and not. So when our traffic officers are out there enforcing, we see different type of violations at certain different types of the season, if you will. So as we navigate different changes in town, whether it's summer, whether it's winter, and it's raining, there's several different aspects to it as to when we see traffic increase and decrease, and that also goes with shutting down of the highways. We see an increase of traffic throughout our town when I-95 is shut down and the Mayor Parkway is shut down. So there's several different aspects to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the body who wish to speak? Oh. First Select Person Vitale.
Hi, everyone. I do not support this amendment. It is an operational decision right now, and school starting, going to convocation tomorrow. Our teachers are going back in school. We know that people are slowing down, and I am concerned that if we pause the program right now, that it is, I think Mr. Rock said chaos. I think that that is probably a good word for it. People aren't going to know, are they on, are they off? If we pause them and they restart, the learning curve is going to start all over again. And we're going to have kids walking to school in a week and driving to school, and new drivers, high school drivers. And I understand the concerns about surveillance. I think that we're getting confused between different technologies. In terms of this being a cash grab, we are budgeting for anticipated revenue, and the proceeds from the cameras are going directly back to our community, to making our roads safer. It's in the operating budget. It's going to help offset the cost of running the program, offset sidewalk improvements, paving of our roads, and future improvements that we're talking about today. Raised crosswalks, more sidewalks, different signage. I do support the RTM taking another look at the ordinance, because there's some things in the ordinance that have nothing to do with what the plan looks like in terms of signage that you may want to take a look at, in terms of how often the FTA reports to you, what the fine structure looks like. So I absolutely support you taking another look at the ordinance. You passed it before we've had lived experience with it. But at this point, I think that our community knows where the cameras are right now. We've been living with it for 4 months. There were a lot of warnings in May. Everybody, it was kind of the shock and awe factor. Everybody got a warning, what's going on? And then the numbers, you look at the graph, have been going down. And I think that we need to keep that positive momentum of people changing their behavior, slowing down, and following the law. I mean, I know it sounds simplistic, but on most local roads, the speed limit is 25 miles per hour. You're not getting a ticket from the speed cameras unless you're going over 11 miles over the posted speed limit. You want to talk about recommendations for lights on cameras? We can have those discussions. But I think that we need to, data is showing that it's working, school's back in session. You want to keep on talking about it? Let's keep on talking about it. But right now, I hope you'll stay the course. So thank you. Thank you for the discussion, and thank you for members of the public. We don't always have to disagree, but understand, like in the past, that they wanted an opportunity to speak, which is why I brought it. Ask the RTM to reconsider the plan as presented. But I think that this is a to be continued, and I hope that you don't support the amendment, but do support the motion as first presented.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative McCabe.
Representative McCabe, District 4. I am not going to be supporting the amendment to pause the program, and I will give a couple of reasons why. I want to just start by saying that I've only served on the RTM for about 2.5 terms, and this is probably the most complicated piece of legislation that we've considered. And I feel much sympathy for both ourselves and for the public in that we operate a very complicated system of government here in Fairfield with a lot of different bodies and commissions that oversee a lot of different functions of the town. And it is really hard to keep up with all of the different layers of accountability and oversight. There was a question that was asked of us by one of the members of the public. What is the harm in pausing? And I believe that there is an enormous amount of harm that will be caused in pausing this program. And I will give myself as a very quick example. Got 2 warnings. I live near Jefferson, which I would argue is the hardest one. I, as a result of it, started paying very close attention to my speedometer, more than I ever had in the past, and was doing really well until one day when I was driving on Jefferson, I was watching the road and I was on the phone. Not like this, but talking through my car, and realized when I saw the end school zone that for the first time since this program's been implemented, I was not paying attention to my speedometer, and sure enough, I got a ticket. We are living in a day and age where we are constantly distracted, and my brain could only handle look at road, talk on phone, not look at speedometer. This program has been proven to work. It's been working. We're seeing a reduction in speed, not only in the school zones, but also outside the school zones. And we passed this ordinance in order to keep the community safe. And so the harm in pausing it is that the changes of behavior that we've witnessed are going to end up being undermined by a pause in the program. And then finally, I'm not voting in favor of this because of our process. We have many months of an ordinance committee that will review, will consider, and then it has to go through. And this is in our rules to regulate in the charter. It's just how the RTM does things. It may be many months, and we have no way of predicting what this committee is going to bring before us. We have no way of predicting how the RTM will vote. We have no way of predicting what the public's going to think about the things that we might potentially recommend. And so for those reasons, I will not be supporting this pause. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the body wishing to speak on this amendment? All right, seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Representative Longo. Yeah, members of the body have or can speak twice on any item for up to 5 minutes each time.
Thank you. Ms. Representative Longo, District 1. Sorry, it's been a long night. I just wanted to make a comment about why I propose this amendment. I'm a mother of 2. And everyone in this room wants children to be safe. I know our police department obviously wants our children to be safe. I don't think that that is a question. The reason why I made this amendment is because I wouldn't have had to be here to make this amendment if we did it right the first time. And we didn't. And we didn't have this much engagement. We were rushing through things. And I feel like now everyone is kind of feeling the brunt of that, which is why I'm all for this committee, because we need to take a second look, third look, fourth look, whatever it takes. I know there's a lot of opinions about whether or not this entire thing should be halted. I'm not going to say what my opinion is right at this moment. You probably can take a guess. But that being said, we all have a responsibility not only to change behavior. I've heard this so many times tonight, and I just don't understand. This whole entire ordinance was made for safety of our children. This whole entire ordinance was made for the safety of residents, and that's not what's happening. It's to change behavior. Those are 2 completely different things. We also have 2 different types of cameras that we're talking about. We're talking about speed cameras, and then we're talking about the other cameras that are essentially surveilling us 24 hours a day. Those are 2 different things. Someone in the public mentioned we should educate ourselves. We have been. So I encourage everyone else to do the same before coming to this body and scolding us on the difference between the cameras. We obviously know that. I think what's important and what has gotten lost here is the words have gotten thrown around like chaos. And, I would like to give the town that I have spent almost my entire life in a lot more credit, and our citizens to know when to be safe, when to slow down, where we are approaching school zones. It's not easy to you know, I'm not saying this is going to be something comfortable for everyone. You're not going to make everyone happy, clearly. I think that we owe it to our public. The amount of emails we have gotten, I have never seen anything like this, which I'm very happy about, actually. It's very nice to see all of our townspeople engaged. I think that we owe it to us. We owe it to the people of this town to say, I'm not saying stop the police from doing their jobs, not at all. I am 150% for the police doing their jobs. I want to see this go through the way it was meant to go through and given the attention that it deserves. And in order to do that, we need to stop it. You can't just make changes and then make changes and make changes. And like Representative McCabe said, this could take months. There is no timeline, which is kind of helping my argument, I feel like, because in all of these times, yes, school is starting in a week. I'm aware of that. I think so many people now are hyper aware of what is going on. So we owe it to the town, we owe it to the people who are driving, we owe it to our children to put a pause on this and really implement what this is supposed to be, which is safety. This doesn't make any of us safer. It makes us more aware of the speed limit and how to avoid certain areas of town so we don't get a ticket without really thinking about, is this making a child who's walking to Riverfield safe? Is it making a child, there are unwalkable schools like Burr and Dwight in my district. They are not walkable, which is probably why there's no cameras over there. But point being, we have to really, we didn't take a good look at this the first time around, and I would not have had to come up here and make that amendment had we did our due diligence over a year ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the body wishing to speak? Representative Hardigan.
Mike Hardigan, District 3. As somebody who's opposed to the traffic cameras, I'm not going to vote in favor of this amendment. I think we need to, as a body, undo the legislation, and I don't think that's accomplished by what's proposed. I think a committee, which was proposed, is the mechanism by which we actually do that. So I am not in favor of the amendment.
Thank you. Any other members of the body wishing to speak? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to a vote and we're going to do a roll call vote. So I'll ask our clerk to please do that. And again, just to clarify for members of the body, this is on the motion to amend item number 6.
Mr. Britton? Doug Niffen?
No.
Ms. Longo? Brooks Farcino?
And I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to remind members of the body who may be online that your cameras must be on in order to vote.
Lee-Sang? Bill Larson?
No.
Carol Lecter?
No.
Ashby Dodge? Sean Elwanger?
Oh, she may have technical.
Mike Harrigan?
No.
Cindy Waldron?
No.
Jen Hahoth?
No.
Laura Carson? Michelle McCabe? Liz Ezema?
No.
Mary Lake? Betsy Elrick?
No.
Sharon Pistilli?
No.
Jay Walk?
No.
Emma Barron?
No.
Eric Juniak?
No.
Tracy Rodriguez?
Yes.
Allison Sayal? Gareth? Catherine Cardell? Ronaldo, oh, he's not here. Scott
He's
Nichols?
online.
Ronaldo's here?
Yep, he's online.
No. No.
That's your, Scott, you said no?
Correct.
Leonard Brahman?
No.
Christopher Carroll?
No.
Rich Jacobs?
No.
Eileen O'Reilly?
No.
Drew Georgiadis?
No.
Lisa Havey?
No.
Amanda Parrish Morgan? Eric Treshik?
Yes.
Matt Ambrose?
Yes.
Margaret Horton?
No.
Pierre Ratsky?
And I think that there was,
To
oh, yeah.
Ashby Dodge
No.
and Laura Carson?
I think she's having trouble getting unmuted.
No.
No? No? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, I'll put in the chat. Okay, no.
Uh, 9 in favor, 29 opposed.
Okay, that motion fails. And so we're going to go back to the original item number 6, which is to form the ordinance drafting committee. Is there any members of the body who wish to speak on the original motion? Okay. And, okay. I'm going back to the original motion, and I'm going to ask people to refrain from comments so we can continue to have people be heard. Okay, again, we're just going to ask members of the public to, we're going to ask members of the public to please refrain from commenting so we can continue to have a meeting where everyone is able to be heard and follow our proper process. Thank you. Okay, so we're going back to the original item number 6, unamended. Is there any members of the body who wish to speak on that? Seeing none, is there any members of the public who wish to speak on the original unamended motion to form an ordinance drafting committee? It's a different vote.
Jackson Shosak again at 138 Figler Avenue. First and foremost, wow, very disappointing. But in terms of this motion, I hope it is supported because we need to reevaluate. I mean, people are storming out of this meeting and people are very upset. Many people can't attend. It's beyond disappointing the amount of volume, that's been given to the town of outrage. And, members of the body, again, unfortunately, are not listening. Pause the program, reevaluate the program, and roll it out in a better, more respectful fashion to residents and people driving on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, just reminding people that now the motion that's on the table is whether or not to form an ordinance drafting committee.
Thank you, Pamela Iacono, 68 Fife Road. I would ask you to please move forward and form the ordinance committee. There are several things I would like for all of you to look into when you do that. I would ask you to earnestly debate whether or not this should operate only during school hours, and if so, if flashing lights should be in place. And I really think that you need to look at the financial implications of this program. You're levying the steepest fines and the highest processing fee possible down on people. And if this is truly a safety initiative, and I believe that when the police department put this forward, it was truly a safety initiative, then a penalty at $50 with the processing fee included in it should be enough incentive for somebody to slow down. And I would ask that you re-examine that. It's very interesting that the state of Connecticut passed this Vision Zero law and allowed you as a municipality to put in cameras, but they had very specific commentary about it for cities and for people that had working families and who could possibly have trouble paying tickets. And they're actually limited on the number of cameras they can put in. Think of the irony of that. The people can't pay, so they don't put in the cameras that are allegedly there to help keep them safe. We have the cameras. We have plenty of people who work in this town who come from out of town to work here, that work in our restaurants, that work in our offices. People that live in Fairfield that struggle to pay things. I'm not advocating for speeding. Please take the time to try and fix that piece of legislation. You have the power to do that in the ordinance. Secondly, please consider adding a change so that there is a separate account for this fund.
And just want to let you know you're at 2 minutes.
Thank you. We should be using the fines that come in from speed cameras to supplement our road safety programs, not supplant them. Otherwise, all you have done is stuck a needle in the vein, generated revenue, and built in a hole in our budget that says we must have speeding to fix our roads. Our number one goal here is to slow people down. Our number one goal should not be to generate speed ticket money. And a great way to fix that and to make sure we're not dependent on it is to separate out this funding. It's the smart, right thing to do. And I really ask that those be two big priorities that you guys look at. You can do that, you can fix it, it would be easy, you can do it quickly. I served on this body for 10 years.
And
The
you're at 3
entire
minutes.
time I was there, I was on legislative and administrative. You guys can do this work, you can do it right, and you can fast track it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Megan McLeod, 2815 Reading Road, District 2. I have to say, I'm not surprised, and anybody who looks at the composition of what your representative town meeting is, where you've got 3 people from a minority party and the remainder of a 40-person body on a different party, to come here and expect that we're going to have anything other than a partisan line vote, maybe is naive. But what I certainly am most shocked at is that we continue to sit in these RTM meetings and we're confused over Robert's Rules of Order. We have someone coming up and asking for a legal opinion from a town attorney. And I know what our legal budget is because I looked at our budget when I was on the RTM, and we can't get a legal opinion on whether or not an amendment is an applicable way to change, to Rep. Hartigan's point, what the outcome was that Rep. Longo was trying to do. I do not understand how we continue RTM meeting after RTM meeting, month after month. Now
And
we're in
again,
the
we're
summers.
speaking on whether or not we
I'm
should form
getting
the
there.
committee.
We continue to confuse the process because we've got 40 people here on the body and how many other in our 60,000 that are ambivalent to what happens when we don't look at who we're voting to represent us. You had people storm out of here and they don't
I'm going to ask for you
understand
to stay focused.
how our government works. So to put a motion together,
I'm going to ask
I'm
for our
making the
speaker to
point.
stay focused on whether or not
To put a
the
motion
ordinance
together,
drafting
you don't need to
committee.
pound your hand, I heard you. About an amendment. This is what you guys do when I make a point, which you know where I'm going, and you don't like to hear it. You
Again-
made a motion for a committee, right? Was that not the amendment that we just are here to talk about?
No, right now we're here to talk about public comment, whether or not
The committee, I
whether or
understood the
not the
committee.
we
Rep.
should-
Saxma was part of the committee to have a subcommittee
No.
about looking at the ordinance.
Right
Did I
now-
misunderstand the amendment?
So per our rules to regulate, in order for the ordinance revision process to take place, we must first form an ordinance drafting committee. Right now, the motion on the table is a yes or no, is public comment on a yes or no vote if the RTM should move forward
I
with
understand.
to
And that's
developing
why I
ordinance
said the word
drafting
committee, I think 6 times. That committee, the fact that that amendment didn't need clarification, but the one amendment that was brought up by a minority member, when she specifically on the record asked for a town attorney legal opinion, and everybody looked at her like she was from another planet. I do not understand how the constituents of the town of Fairfield are going to continue to allow this body to operate on a way where nobody explains the rules of order and we're allowed to circumvent them. I think it's disgusting about speed cameras,
you're
about
at 2
any other
minutes.
thing. I'm wrapping up before then because honestly, it's a waste of everybody's time. We've got to follow the procedures. We've got to follow our charter. We've got to follow the law. I don't know how many times we can bang on the table about shutting people up that ask for that, or we can actually try to do better work for the town of Fairfield, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. And again, I just want to remind people that right now the vote is, it's the body is considering a yes or no vote if we should move forward with developing an ordinance drafting committee. And so public comment, I'd ask that that be focused on that.
Gotcha. Jody Eisman, Andrassy, Fairfield. I just want to say that the woman who just spoke, she is on the money. And I think that voting altogether as a block vote, as a former member of the DTC, ran for RTM, I think just voting at party, when obviously a lot of people have concerns here, is really not good. And I'm not in support of this. I supported your stay, and I don't know what the big deal is. And why you're banging your hand on the table, it's like you're saying, do all respect, and you're banging your hand on the table. That's really not okay.
And again,
So,
thank you.
and you also interrupted me when I was talking before, just letting you know.
I'm
Didn't give
sorry
you a
if I
time
did that.
warning.
Yes, I did interrupt many people to give them a time warning because I just want to make sure.
Or when I was talking, you interrupted me.
Okay, I'm
So
very
I'm just
sorry
letting
about
you
that.
know, because I
Thank
was
you.
talking about Axon, and you interrupted me.
Thank you. All right. Is there any other members of the public online who wish to speak about whether or not we should move forward with developing an ordinance drafting committee? Dave Rock, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I just want to say that I fully support the creation of an ordinance drafting committee, and I think that it's a very good next step. We now have actual experience with the program, we have data, we've heard from residents, and we have identified questions and concerns that deserve a closer look. An ordinance drafting committee gives us opportunity to take everything that we've learned, determine what's working and what could be improved, and recommend changes to the ordinance where appropriate. And then I think, bringing recommendations back to the RTM, have that discussion and make the ordinance better. I think that's exactly how the process should work. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to the body? If I don't see any other members of the public wishing to speak. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, yes.
Thank you. Kathy Braun, lifelong Fairfield resident, zoning commissioner, former RTM representative. Just a couple of quick points. I do support the committee to draft the ordinance, to relook at the ordinance. But I would ask if you could please find a way to expand the time to appeal a ticket. It's too short of a time, especially when it comes in the mail. Obviously, you get a speeding ticket from a police officer, you got a ticket. You don't know you got a ticket if it comes in the mail. People who travel, they might not get it in time to be able to react. Also for lease cars, that whole issue that came up tonight. So I would ask if this committee could study it, or if the RTM could find a way to extend the time to appeal a ticket. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Back to the body for any additional comments. All right. Oh, Representative McCabe. And I just want to ask members to be mindful of time we may need at some point.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Michelle McCabe, District 4. I'm going to make this really fast. I'm voting in support of forming this ordinance committee. I just wanted to make one quick comment. I'm the majority leader for the Democratic caucus. And I just want to say that each member of this body, regardless of party, is voting according to their conscience and their heart, and that there is not any block voting. You will notice that the vote that preceded this one was a mix of different parties that were voting. And I know from overseeing a caucus that I'm really proud of how diverse our opinions are. And we certainly do not in any way expect people to vote in one way or another. So I will say that while people may not agree with everybody's position here one way or the other, I believe in the independence of everybody who is considering this, people who are giving up their time to serve the town. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of the members that are here that are doing so tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the body wishing to speak? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. So all those members in favor of starting to develop an ordinance drafting committee, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. And any abstentions? Okay, that motion carries. And very quickly, I'm going to introduce item number 5. We don't need it if I get it. We don't need to if I get it on the table. As long as new business starts before 11 p.m. So item number 5, to hear, consider, and act. Oh, actually, you know what? Go ahead and make the motion because it's not going to take me. It's going to take me longer than a minute. Past 11 p.m. Okay. Motion seconded by Representative Barron. So right now, just to members of the public to understand, because per our rules, we cannot start new business past 11 p.m. There's a motion on the table to extend the meeting so we can do so. Is there any members of the body who wish to make comment on this? Okay. Any members of the public who wish to make a comment on this? And again, this vote right now is simply whether or not we should extend our meeting past 11 p.m.
Bethel Rooney, 85 Weeping Willow Lane in Fairfield. I think you should extend it because there will be many members of the public, some of whom have left, who will want to speak on this matter, and they should be able to speak. And people have to work or go to school, and so they couldn't stay. They want to speak. And I think out of fairness to the public, you should extend this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I do just want to clarify that the motion to extend actually means to extend into the evening tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think you
Okay.
should, then I don't think
Thank
you should
you.
extend at all.
Thank you.
Because those people will never be able to speak.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak about whether or not we should be extending the meeting? Any online? All right, back to the body. Seeing none, all those in favor of continuing the meeting past 11 PM signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? All right, we will continue. So now, item number 5, to hear, consider, and act upon the following resolution as recommended by the first select person. Whereas the town of Fairfield has adopted an ordinance authorizing the use of automated traffic enforcement safety devices pursuant to Connecticut General Statutes 14-307B, it's Quelia. And whereas Section 102-19 of the Town Code requires the Fairfield Traffic Authority to give a report to the representative town meeting, RTM, including the data regarding the operation of the automated traffic enforcement safety devices in the town of Fairfield. And whereas the RTM has reviewed the town of Fairfield automated traffic enforcement safety device plan, including the locations identified therein and data regarding the operation of the program. Now therefore be it resolved that the RTM hereby confirms the plan and its continuation as submitted to and approved by the Connecticut Department of Transportation. Do I have a motion to approve? Representative Zezima, seconded by Representative Waldron. Is there any discussion? Representative Barron.
Hey, hello, my name is Emma Barron. I am Deputy Majority Leader. I also represent and have been a lifelong resident of District 6. I am voting yes tonight to continue the program, and I want to explain to everyone how I came to this decision. To be very vulnerable with you all, it's really nerve-wracking to stand up here with a room full of people that feel really strongly. I know how much this matters to all of us, and I know how strongly many of us here feel one way or another. I also know that for some of you, nothing I can say will change how you feel about this program or about this vote. That is okay. I am not up here hoping to win an argument or convince you all to agree with me. I'm up here to share my why. I'm up here because I hope to continue building a future in advocacy work, and I know that a vote like this one may not be without risk to that. But I would rather tell you my truth and stand behind that than say something easier and not mean it. Here's what's true. Fairfield has a speeding problem. This program's purpose is to slow speeders down around 6 currently of our school zones. This program has done that. I've asked dozens of questions alongside my colleagues to understand the program, the process, the data. And despite every factor people raise, speeding in these areas is down significantly. This isn't abstract to me. There have been accidents. In the past 2 years, 2 kids were hit in front of McKinley Elementary. That is my district. That was my elementary school. And in 2015, I was a freshman at Ward when 2 girls smashed into a utility pole on Knapp's Highway. I remember the sound of that crash. I remember the sound of the impact of a Jeep on a Wednesday morning hitting the pole and a 17-year-old getting ejected from her car. Lee did not die that day, but her life was absolutely changed. Speed is not always the #1 cause of some of these accidents, but it does not help. It certainly makes it worse. I have struggled with how to weigh the data against what I'm hearing from people. The feelings, the individual stories, the sense that this feels unfair, hasty, or overreaching. That struggle is real, and I don't think it's a bad thing for me to admit that. But when I look for a case for voting no that stands on its own, that stands as strongly as this program is reducing speeding in vulnerable, high-traffic areas. I haven't found one. I trust the data, and I trust the Fairfield Police Department. So I feel that I can't let the loudest feedback outweigh the clearest data. I want to be clear. That does not mean that I'm dismissing the feedback. If you know me, this room in public advocacy is like, my cup is full. It means I'm doing the job I was elected to do. Put in the work in regard to the agenda items, represent all of my constituents, and act on the best of everything in front of me. That's also why I've supported the committee. People have asked, why not more police officers? Why not flashing lights? Why not speed bumps? Why a committee at all? My answer is, why would we ever limit ourselves to one tool? A committee to review and improve this program is not an admission that it failed. It's a commitment to keep doing the work and doing it transparently. Two things quickly. These are not flock cameras. Speed cameras measure speed and only activate above a set threshold. In Fairfield, that is 10 plus miles per hour. Citations are not given unless you are at 11 miles per hour or over. If you're under the threshold, the camera does not capture your information. And on the question of reasonability, speeding is not reasonable. Enforcement of that is not overreach, and you are allowed to be frustrated by it, but that doesn't make it wrong. My job is to represent my constituents, and in almost a year of doing so, I learned that the work I do is on behalf of 3,000 plus D6 residents and 66,000 plus Fairfield residents who don't all have the time to read every page of every backup material or attend every meeting. The district I grew up in is still working through its own street safety problems. Fairfield never looked at that through one lens, and I don't think we should now. I know this vote won't feel resolved for some of you tonight, and I don't expect it to. But I owe you my explanation, and it is this. The data says the program is working. The program can continue to work and continue to be improved. I have to vote on what is in front of me over the easier thing to say in this room tonight. That is the only version of this job that I know how to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Other members of the body? Representative Morgan.
Thank you. Amanda Morgan, District 9. It is really nerve-wracking to stand up here. Okay. So thank you for everybody who came and spoke. I know maybe for some of you it was nerve-wracking as well. Okay. First, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who's been working hard for months before I was even on the RTM to make our streets safer. I think any reasonable person agrees that too many drivers are distracted behind the wheel, too many people are speeding, and that it's a terrible feeling to worry about oneself or loved ones are in harm's way when biking, walking, or running through town. I want to say outright that I'm going to take just a minute to explain why I'll be voting against continuing speed cameras. Before I do, though, I want to address a few misunderstandings that keep coming up. Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit anxious. That keep coming up in the letters I've received. Many of these letters are cordial, many are copied and pasted versions of the same exact thing, and some are expletive-laden ad hominem attacks that I'd be mortified to repeat here into town record. Look, I work full time. I have 2 young kids. I'm volunteering for this role like everybody else here. I'm doing the best I can to help make the town I love a better place. I was not on the RTM when the initial proposal for the cameras came forward, but if I imagine I would have voted against them then. Not because, as some of the letters I've received have insinuated or directly said, driving 11 miles over a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit is not a problem or inevitable, and not because I think it's a money grab. I know our hardworking police officers have asked for these cameras, and I do think it's reasonable that drivers who are breaking the long-established speed limits in town should face financial consequences, and that the money that comes into the town from these drivers might help in whatever small way to defray the costs that otherwise would need to come from some other source. Of course, as so many of my colleagues have pointed out in their responses to our constituents and here tonight, the goal is that people eventually won't be speeding, and so the revenue from these cameras ideally will be quite small. The reason I cannot vote for the cameras has to do with privacy. Here, though, I want to point out an important distinction. I feel there's been a widespread conflation of the flock cameras with the speed cameras. I won't go over the difference again, it's been said a lot tonight, but that's not the only privacy concern I have. I know many people, including some of my best friends who were kind enough to listen to me talk endlessly about this issue, argue that we have cameras on doorbells and phones and in stores and all around us, and that the expectation of privacy is essentially waived at this point in human history. First, while I understand that argument, I don't find it compelling enough to further waive additional privacy. I don't think that just because a person speeds, she has waived her right to privacy. More importantly, there's an important difference between a neighbor of mine having a Ring camera that might catch me running or hypothetically doing something less benign, and the government having access to camera footage and the attached data. I do understand that some guardrails have already been put in place at the state and local level to mitigate the risk of privacy violations with ALPR flock style cameras, and I understand too that the speed cameras require data to be deleted after 30 days. It's not accurate to conflate the privacy risks of the two. The privacy concerns I have about the speed cameras are slightly different, more nuanced, and I understand to some may seem so minimal as to not outweigh the benefits of the speed reduction that Representative Barron just spoke about that the cameras have already demonstrated. A lot of the legal pushback against ALPR cameras has come from the state level ACLU litigation. I respect the ACLU enormously and want to clarify that the legal and ethical obligations they've raised are mostly regarding flock style cameras. But Rhode Island's ACLU chapter did address lesser, though still valid, privacy concerns, Fourth Amendment and due process, about speed and red light cameras. Governor Lamont's recent call for review mentions both speed zones cameras and ALPR cameras as devices of concern. When I got a warning a few months ago, it arrived in an envelope marked clearly on the outside. My husband brought in the mail and asked, not unkindly, what this violation might be. I assumed correctly that I'd been speeding during the warning period. I opened the envelope and saw a photograph of my car with a timestamp and address. Then, immediately, I thought of how alarming this exact scenario could have been in a different home. First, I have $50 to pay a speeding ticket. Second, I'm in a healthy marriage where unexpected expenses, even if stressful, do not put either partner at risk. Third, I have no reason to conceal where I'm driving from the person who owns my car. My car's registered to me, or anyone, a spouse, a roommate, a parent, a child, at my address, who might happen to see a marked envelope arrive. I wasn't driving a woman to access abortion care while the photo was taken, or helping an undocumented immigrant. In fact, I had cheerfully announced to my whole household that I was off to take my daughter to ballet. I'm grateful to live, at least for the time being, in a state whose immigration and reproductive health care laws are generally speaking aligned with my own values. I hope this continues to be the case in perpetuity, but it's not guaranteed. The stakes, and again, I did not even get a ticket, could not have been any lower for me. And still, the shock of seeing this specific way in which my privacy was violated has stays with me for all these weeks. In the context of my day job, I read work from many people for whom the fear and danger of such a citation would trigger is not hypothetical. I know some listening will think this is a fringe worry, but in my day job, I'm reminded regularly of how often domestic abuse of all kinds features even in safe, affluent communities like ours. Approximately 1 in 3 women will be victims of domestic abuse, and 99% of these victims report financial abuse as a component of that. Again, as someone who runs 50 miles a week through town, often before dawn or in icy weather, I very much understand the ways in which reckless speeding can feel personal and frightening. When I coached high school cross country, the captain of the team was struck by a car and suffered a career-ending double compound fracture while just a few inches away from me on a group run. Both of my kids walk and bike to school, my middle schooler right through the zone monitored by speed cameras on Uncle where I got my warning. And still, while I very much understand those voting for the speed cameras are coming from and understand these votes are in good faith and with the best interest of our community we all care so much about, the domestic privacy implications are too alarming for me to ignore and inform my belief that the risk of these cameras are not negligent. Good faith and the best interest of the community is where my vote comes from as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Representative Hardigan.
Did I just turn it off? There we go.
You're good.
Really quickly, I want to thank Representative Horton for the job she's been doing tonight. It is very difficult to be in that position.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. for running the meeting smoothly. As many of you are aware, I am firmly against the traffic camera program. I voted against it at the initial meeting. I'm going to vote against the plan tonight. I will continue to be opposed to it. I have a bit written up, but I'm not going to read it. The reasons I'm against it were given tonight. I think it's too much of an invasion of privacy. Having met the Fairfield Police Department, those are the guys and gals that I want working on this job of keeping our streets safe. Those are the people I want doing it. I have full confidence in the Board of Selectmen, in my fellow members of RTM, in the police department, that this is a problem that can be addressed. I'm just never going to go for the cameras. I also appreciate the people who feel the same as I do, showing up tonight, organized, collected, having something thoughtful to say, actual feedback. The body does listen. The emails get read. This gets discussed. Now, I appreciate the strength it takes to come up here, speak from the heart, or organize your stuff and speak from the mind. That being said, I don't think it takes anything at all to get up here and have a tantrum and to disrespect the system. I fully disagree with all this, but I respect the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Georgiadis.
Drew Georgiadis, District 9. I will admit I have some issues with the data. That said, I was first elected in 2015. I think I've probably knocked over 8,000 doors. I'm a door knocker. I knock in at least a third of the town, maybe 40% of the town, and the prevailing information, people are really great when they answer the door, is safety and speeding. And in my own district, where I have been able to make a difference, I have worked with constituents to get a fence around Sherman School where my kids walk to because of safety, because the kids were running out in the middle of the road and the playground was right next to the road. I have gotten at least 5 stop signs. We worked with some more constituents to get a crosswalk on Reef Road because their kids were crossing Reef Road in order to walk to school, to walk to Sherman. I work with St. Paul's First Church, Operation Hope, after one of our residents was hit on Old Post Road. All these things take about 3 years to get done, but you just chip, chip, chip. We got the crosswalk at St. Paul's changed, modified, got grant money to get the flashing light at the crosswalk. You push a button. So all of these things are all in response to what people tell me at the doors. And people at the doors are telling me, again, for 11 years, it's safety, it's speeding. Can you put in speed bumps? Can you do all these things? I got slow speed zone. I asked the police department. They painted it on Beach Road. Then 2 years later, the people on Judson, they wanted slow speed zone painted on their road. I got that painted for them. Then you have to ask 3 years later and get it repainted. I got all the stop bars repainted in the beach area. I gave an entire list to the police department because the roads had been repaved. So all of this car safety, speeding, stopping at stop signs, where can the cars stop, why are they rolling through? These are the predominant questions that people have and their concerns and their worries. And for that experience, and because of my incredible respect for Christine Vitale, I'm going to recommit to this ordinance and then work very hard to make additional safeguards onto the ordinance. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Other members in person wishing to speak? Representative Ambrose.
Hi, Matt Ambrose, District 10, and just want to say that I'm going to be voting no on this issue. My wife and kids got into an accident right in front of Fairfield Ludlow like a couple years ago, and it was because somebody blew through a stop sign, not because of speeding, but just because of a stop sign. And people are talking about people are distracted using phones and stuff like that. Well, maybe we should focus on that problem. But as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I see, it seems very safe. I mean, I drive down Mill Plain Road when we didn't have those cameras, and it seemed very safe to me. I think we could have tried different things as opposed to the cameras first. I mean, those yellow flashing lights work for me. Speed bumps work. Let's try something like that instead of being and just accepting surveillance. I'm never going to be on the side of surveillance. I think it's a slippery slope. I've seen it with my phone. I got a phone 20 years ago just to make calls, and now the thing tracks everything that I do. I just feel as right when we put ourselves in a position where it's okay for this technology to surveil us, it's just going to lead us, down a road where we're going to accept more and more and more and more. So that's why I'm going to be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the body? Representative Bissang.
Thank you. Scott Bazang, District 2. I'll keep this short since it's late. I am in favor of safer streets, but not at the cost of installing tools that can be misused. Infrastructure like this doesn't stay under the control of whoever builds it with good intentions. It often becomes available to whoever holds power next, and history, especially present day, gives us no shortage of examples of where surveillance programs can be abused. I'd rather we increase the budget for our police department and have real people with accountability to local officials conduct randomized patrols. Speed limits apply to every road in town, not just ones with cameras, and local officers are accountable to local citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McCabe, was that? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had your hand up. Any other members? Buddy, Representative Longo.
Melissa Longo, District 1. I just wanted to say I will not be voting in favor of this. I did not vote in favor of it the first time. Just to kind of echo what my other two colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I respectfully agree with a lot of what they said here tonight. And I say this with tremendous amount of respect for Chief Paris and for our entire police department in Fairfield. And we have a tremendous group of officers, and I've always been a huge supporter of law enforcement, being from a blue family myself. And I don't think that this is any reflection upon our police department. I think they're doing everything that they can, that they want to do to keep everyone safe. But for a lot of reasons why I proposed the amendment in the first place tonight, I also am very much against any kind of surveillance. I'm a firm believer in our First Amendment, and I'm a firm believer in anything that government is overreaching. And the way that this is being introduced to us is just to normalize it. It's not normal. It's not okay. Our phones are one thing, and I know a lot of people have brought that up as an argument, but we voluntarily use our phones. We voluntarily give permission to let certain apps track us. We are asked. We are not asking for any of this. So not to have a choice, it just feels very invasive, invasion of privacy a little bit. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the body? Representative Pistilli.
Sharon Pistilli, District 5. So this vote will be the reason why my husband and my daughter don't vote for my reelection. But I'm just saying that to prove that this one is definitely not along party lines, right? And it's really all of us balancing. I mean, it's kind of weird for me to say, but I agree with everything that the public has said, right? And everything that Chief Paris and Captain Nazari have said. They're all valid points. It's all about how we each weigh in our own conscience all of the pluses and minuses. And I work with confidential data for a living, so I take data privacy very seriously. Something that, you know, I would intend that we're going to look at very closely on the committee to revisit the ordinance. And it is a huge concern of mine personally. But when I look at our officers in the eye and think about them being the ones that have to knock on the doors when someone's died, I am willing to forego my own privacy and make sure that I go less than 11 miles over the speed limit so that they have to knock on less doors and that there are less empty chairs at the dining room table this Thanksgiving. And I don't mean to be overly dramatic, but we've all known someone who's died in a car crash. And it's a lot of trauma on our officers. And so just to protect our kids, I mean, I completely agree with everything that everyone said. My own conscience, I'm voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bremen.
Thank you. Lenny Bremen, District 8. I will be voting in favor of recommitting to the speed camera program. For me, I've thought long and hard about it. I've read every email that I've gotten from constituents, including from my wife, asking for changes to the program. We live near Riverfield School. My wife and I have both gotten warnings. We slow down. Anything that I can do in my role on the RTM to help protect children, walking, biking to school, anything that I can do to protect adults, biking, driving, people who are using our roads, who want to use them safely. I think that's what I've been elected to do. And I've listened to everything that everybody has to say. And I do respect the voices and the votes of those who are not in favor of this program. But for me, I found the testimony of Chief Paris and Captain Irizarry, first select person. I found the data showing that the program is actually making Fairfield slow down. I found my own experience and my wife's experience in slowing down when we got a violation and a ticket each to be powerful. And that's why I will be voting to continue the program in the hope that it will continue to help us slow down and potentially stop a child or an adult from getting hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members in person? All right, seeing none, I believe we have some members online who wish to speak. Representative Rodriguez.
Hi, Tracy Rodriguez, District 6. I'll be very quick. I just wanted to echo, especially Mike and Amanda's comments. I'll be voting no on this, just simply based on the issue of privacy overreach. I've spoken to dozens of constituents, and the overwhelming majority have been against this issue. So that's another reason to support my district and what I feel that they would want me to do. That said, I really appreciate and respect everybody's comments. It's not an easy conversation. I especially appreciated Emma's comments. And I wanted to just note that I very much respect our first selectman and Vision Zero. I agree with Drew. I think that we are hearing and we have heard and door knocking and speaking to constituents the issue of speeding and unsafe streets. So with this vote, I also just want to put out there that I'm fully committed to working with our town to implement non-camera based initiatives to help with that, because I think that's a very important distinction to make. So thank you to Margaret, thank you to everybody, and I appreciate everyone coming out to make public comment.
Thank you. Representative Carson.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear
We can
me?
hear you. Yes.
Okay. I'm having trouble with my computer. It's showing low bandwidth sometimes. Laura Carson, District 4. First of all, I wanted to thank you, Margaret, for holding it all together and treating everyone with respect. It's really not an easy task when you have so many riled up feelings about this issue. Um, I just want to say that this has been a hard process for all of us. We hear all the people against, we hear people for it, and one of the hardest things to do as a representative is to take all the information and all the data and all the viewpoints and then try to weigh it where for me, and I have to echo Representative Barron, who really captured how I feel and how a lot of us feel. But we have to weigh what we think, or I think, is in the best interests of the residents of this town. Um, Believe me, if we didn't have to do speed cameras and people would automatically slow down when you see flashing lights, or if you see those postings which show your speed limit, people don't pay attention to those. They see it, okay, look, and it hasn't worked. And what we've learned a lot of times, in order to change behavior, the best way to do it is through the wallet. And um, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And if we could really think of a way to change behavior without finding people, we would absolutely do it. And it is just one way to do it. And we are looking, and they do look at all different road calming measures and different things. So they really are trying to fix this issue. We do have a speeding problem in Connecticut. And I too knock a lot of doors, and many of people keep saying how speeding is such a problem. Again, and with distracted driving, it's just a perfect storm to cause a lot of problems. We do not want to wait to see something terrible happen. And if we pause this program and something terrible happened, how bad would we feel? Horrible. It's working right now. It's slowing the drivers down, and I think that the best thing is that people will stop getting tickets and there won't be revenue to collect. And it is definitely going by state statute, I believe, that it has to go towards road safety, road repairs. It is not a money grab by any stretch. I can honestly say I'm not getting any money from this, nor is Christine Vitale, the first select person. It's all about what's doing best for the town. That's really where our hearts are. This is where we vote. Our vote is. So I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the body, online or in person? Okay. Seeing no more members from the body, we'll open the floor back up to public comment. And again, the same rules apply, where it is you have 3 minutes to speak. I'll ask that you stay focused on the topic, and I'll give you a gentle reminder at 2 minutes. And again, just please state your name for the record.
Yep, thank you. How many minutes?
You have 3 minutes, and I'll give a reminder at 2 minutes.
3 minutes?
Same as before.
Oh, I thought it was 2.
Nope.
All right, so a little comic relief. Here we go. You know, I don't even know what's going on in here. You know, I'm a regular citizen, and you got this guy yelling out point of order, and I don't even know what anybody's even talking about. I don't even know who any of these people are. I think it's a failure of the government to really clarify to the regular person that lives in Fairfield what's even going on with all this stuff, right? But anyway, so the other thing is, and I really, I shouldn't say I apologize, but I feel bad for the people that have anecdotal evidence. They all have stories about somebody that was killed or something that was that. I've had 100 people in my graduating class that have died from lung cancer, right? And I don't ever say that we should get rid of cigarette smoking, right? But this is what, but this is what people are doing here. It's anecdotal evidence. Oh, you know, this was going to happen and that happened, and I got this, somebody killed here and somebody killed there. That's just anecdotal, right? The real evidence is the evidence, right? I mean, you know, how many people have really been killed? I don't even know. I don't even know if we have an answer, right? I know, I feel sorry for you. You know, you had, people that, were injured and stuff. But, I mean, it's anecdotal. I mean, there's all kinds of people that have had people hurt and killed and damaged through speeding and even not speeding. That's the other thing I hear is a lot of people are talking about people that are hurt, but there is no evidence that it's a speeding issue, you know? And then therefore, we're trying to prevent speeding by having these cameras, right? But then most of the evidence of people being hurt are not speeding. Most of the time that I've been driving around Fairfield, and of course I'm just a regular guy.
And just a heads up that you're at 2 minutes.
What's that?
You're at 2 minutes.
All right. I drive around Fairfield. The biggest danger is I turn a corner and there's a bike there, or somebody, going through an intersection. I'm going like 10 miles an hour. I'm going like not even the speed limit. And that's the biggest danger. But everybody looks at this stuff as being speeding. And I just don't think people are speeding that much. I drive around all the time. I don't see hardly anybody speeding. Last time somebody speeding, I was on Mill Plain Road and somebody drove by. Is she listening to me? Are you listening? You're on your phone. Are you listening?
Can you
Anyway,
please
so I was
focus on your
speeding.
comment?
Yeah, I was driving on Mill Plain Road and somebody drove by me really fast. I said, that guy is really speeding. Normally, it's not, right? And if I had to guess, he was probably trying to get to the turnpike because he's late for a meeting or something. But almost every
And
other
you're at
day.
3 minutes, so I'll ask that you wrap it up.
What's that?
You're at 3 minutes, so I'll ask
All
that
right.
you wrap it up.
Thank you. All right. And so I just don't see the big problem here. Everybody drives around Fairfield.
Thank
and
you.
I never had any conversation about people speeding.
Thank you. We'll ask that you wrap up your comments since you're past 3 minutes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bethel Rooney, 85 Weeping Willow Lane, Fairfield. First of all, you're not being asked to vote on the ordinance tonight. Some people seem to think you're voting on the ordinance. You're not. You're being asked to vote on the ATESD plan. You never voted on it before, and that's a big, big problem here. The speed camera program as it now exists is not lawful. The ordinance passed by the RTM on February 24, 2025 isn't valid because it was not passed after a proper public hearing on the speed camera program, as required by Connecticut General Statute 14-307E and Section 5.3 of the Fairfield Charter. The notice for that hearing did not give the public adequate notice that a speed camera enforcement program would be voted upon at that meeting. Neither did any notice for an RTM public meeting before that. The RTM ordinance passed on that date also did not comply with the statutes with regard to requests for citation appeals, or in other words, administrative hearings to contest citations. Fairfield's ordinance in section 102-12 subsection B and its citations, as of mid-June anyway, give the owners of vehicles 10 days from the date of the citation to request a hearing to contest the violation. The citations also give owners 30 days from the date of the citation to pay the fine and fees.
Just want to let you know
Right.
you're at 2 minutes.
Well, that is not fair to the public. Connecticut General Statute 7-152C clearly provide that the time to request a citation hearing cannot begin until after the due date set in the citation for the uncontested payment of the fine and fees. The ATESD plan also is invalid. The ordinance that you passed did not include that plan. It didn't exist at that time. It didn't exist until many months after that. The RTM never voted on the town's speed camera plan. However, the statutes require, and still do require, that the RTM, the town's legislative body, hold a public hearing on that plan.
And you're just
and
past 3
then,
minutes, so I'll ask that you wrap your
after
comment
that
up.
public hearing, vote on it. This requirement is set forth in Connecticut General Statute, Section 14-307E, in subsection A, little I. The DOT's approval of the plan does
And
not
again, I just
change
want to
a
let you know you're
thing.
well past your 3 minutes, so
It's
respectfully ask that you wrap
important.
your comment up.
It's not a court or a judicial authority. There are many problems with the citations. Your ordinance says you can appeal in person or by mail. However, the citations, at least as of June, said you had to do it electronically. They're not following the citations.
And
are
again,
not following the
you're past 4
statutes
minutes, so I'll
or
respectfully
the
ask that you
citations.
finish your comment, please.
3-minute rule is outrageous for the public, people who
Thank
do
you.
real work. And you should continue this hearing, please, to let all people that have to go home to go to work.
Thank you. And thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi there, Chris Martin. I'm a resident of District 5. I wasn't going to speak again, but Ethel asked that I say something. So I'm going to just speak from the heart for a moment. I just want to say thank you all for letting me to give public comment tonight. And I do want to thank Chief Paris and the Fairfield Police Department. I do appreciate what you do. You have a difficult job, and thank you. I'm against surveillance, obviously, as you've heard from my public comments. I think it's wrong. I don't think we should be trying to change people's behavior through monitoring them and through surveillance. Just because we know that we're tracked by this and that we have existing surveillance in our communities and in our daily lives doesn't mean that we should allow more surveillance to existing surveillance isn't a reason for or justification for increased surveillance. And I genuinely think that people don't feel safe driving around town knowing that they're constantly being watched by the government. You know, the government doesn't have the right to know where you go and what you do. There's a Supreme Court case that recently came out, Chattree versus United States, which says that a geofenced warrant, cell phone location data, where you go, you don't opt to share that information with the government simply because you use Google Maps. The same principle applies when you're driving around town and being and caught on camera. I mean, yes, the speed cameras only capture speed and they issue fines, but I mean, I don't want to have to call customer service to dispute a ticket. Why should I have to call a private company to dispute a ticket? When does the privatization of our government end? When? Why are we privatizing everything and every possible aspect? We're outsourcing tasks that are supposed to be attributed to democratically accountable officials. We're outsourcing it to AI. We're outsourcing it to private companies. It's wrong and it needs to stop. Look into your hearts. Yes, nobody is supporting reckless driving. I don't want any child hurt. I don't want any person hurt on our streets. Period. End of story. But we have a Fourth Amendment. We have the right to unreasonable search and seizure. We have all these amendments in place. Freedom of speech. We're losing all of this. We are losing it all. Our civil liberties are eroding. The American Civil Liberties Union is raising the alarm about what's happening with surveillance technology and specifically AI and what AI can do. And we don't know what it can do because it's expanded and increased in its capability dramatically over the last five years. I mean, you type something into ChatGPT, it'll give you a crazy answer with all this detailed notes and everything. I mean, the power that this technology has in the wrong hands is so fundamentally dangerous to our democracy. Please reconsider what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Charlie King. I live on Chelsea Street. I suspect most of you know how you're going to vote, but I'm going to give it the old college try. See if I can sway anybody. So here's the deal. Here's the way I see it. Leaders lead. And what really good leaders do is they admit when they've made a mistake. And it couldn't be more clear that things have gone off the rails here. And I'll give you two examples. One is 3 hours and 45 minutes of testimony. I think that should, and we're scraping the surface. Okay, what I'm hearing out there in town. And that alone tells you things have gone sideways. I also think this is by far the biggest opportunity this group has to build trust with the community. Because if you go back and you say, you know what, we made a mistake, we're reconsidering things, that's an incredibly powerful message to send. Sending the message, we're not listening and we're just carrying on, that will be not well received. The second thing that I would say as you're thinking about your vote is think about the way we want to govern in Fairfield. What we should be doing is finding the biggest problems and solving them with the lowest amount of intrusion. What we've done here is the exact opposite. We went to school zones. We tried to figure out how to make them safer. God bless, who's not for that? We focused on 3% of the reasons why we're having accidents in school zones. And then we found the biggest, most complicated, controversial program we can think of to address it. It's totally upside down. Again, nobody here is arguing.
Just
that
want
we
to let you know
don't-
you're at 2 minutes.
Great, thanks. That safety isn't important. We don't want safe kids. But you should think long and hard about what we're doing. What I can tell you is in all of the conversations I've had with a lot of people on this, with a lot of different topics, there's one thing I never heard once. Thank God they finally put that speed camera program in place. Like, no. So think long and hard about it. I'll respect whatever decision you come to, but I think you've got a great opportunity here and I wouldn't waste it. Thanks.
Thank you.
1 minute, Drew, give me the hook. Okay. All right. Thank God we put the speed cameras in. Okay.
Oh, just state your name again, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff Randolph. 20 Cedar Woods Way. Yeah. And why? I've received one speeding ticket in my life in Seattle. I think we might have been neighbors.
Just stay
Yeah,
focused
in
on the
Seattle,
comment.
right? A speed camera, a school camera. I have never received another because I learned my lesson, right? And so we've discussed the data, we discussed the cameras slow traffic. I've made my point on that. It makes children safer. These are my posters I put up here. But what I've heard tonight are some legitimate issues about privacy, okay? Those are legitimate issues. But I support this program because I trust you. We are the government. I'm an elected official too. I trust our government. We're making the rules. And so you can set strict limits on what information is collected, how long it's retained. I'm glad we've got some expertise in the room on privacy, and how long it's retained and who can access it and what it may be used for. We don't have to choose between safer streets and privacy. We can have both. So keep the program, keep the safety benefits, and write the rules necessary to protect the public. These are legitimate concerns. We all have them. I don't trust a lot of government, but I do trust you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas, excuse me, Thomas Rooney, 85 Weeping Willow. In my opinion, the RTM ordinance passed on February 24, 2025 did not comply with the statutes with regard to requests for citation appeals, or in other words, administrative hearings to contest citations. Fairfield's ordinance in section 102.12, subsection B, and its citations give the owners of vehicles 10 days from the date of citation to request a hearing to contest the violation. The citations also give owners 30 days from the date of citation to pay the fine and fees. But Connecticut General Statute sections 14307CE and 7152C clearly provide that the time to request a citation hearing cannot begin until after the due date set in the citation for the uncontested payment of the fine and fees. In short, Fairfield's ordinance and its citations say that the owner's administrative appeal rights expire before they can even begin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me again with my crazy hair. I just want to point out something. I have pictures which you're not going to be able to see from where you're sitting, but pictures of at least 4 accidents in the past 5 years on Villa Avenue. They happen day and night. They're usually from speeding. And this is an invasion of privacy. This is an invasion of infrastructure. When you allow people to freely speed as they see fit in our neighborhoods, you come into my neighborhood and you speed and you crash into infrastructure and houses or fences on Villa Avenue, you are infringing on our privacy. So usually I would not be on the side of surveillance, but I've seen surveillance and programs of ticketing work in order to reduce speed, reduce the amount of traffic on Villa Avenue and Melville Avenue, and probably make us all on those avenues much safer. We don't have fear of pulling out of our driveway much anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jackson Showstack at 138 Figler Avenue. You guys are maybe tired of hearing me, but I'm gonna go at it anyway. You know, I disagree with the rollout of the cameras. I believe if there's better data privacy methods from this private company that, you know, we pay thousands of dollars to at this rate as residents of this town, you know, that would get and receive much more confidence from the general public surrounding the program. And until you do that, I encourage you to vote no against this program. There are other methods in place for traffic safety and Vision Zero. I witness them almost every day, thanks to the good work of Fairfield Police Department in my neighborhood. They actively patrol and stop people from rolling through stop signs next to Gold Manor. Shout out Fairfield PD for your good work. I see them, you know, I went to Holland Hill, Fairfield Woods, and Ludlow High School. I saw them every school day. They're parked outside, and or a school resource officer is present. There's crossing guards who give their time and their energy to make sure kids are safe in these school zones during arrival and departure. We can all do a better job of slowing down on the roads and, you know, not picking up the phone while driving. But ultimately, I encourage people of this body to vote no against this program until there is a better rollout and implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the public in person wishing to speak? It's actually just one. You've already spoken on this item. Nope.
Can't speak
No,
again?
actually, per our rule, our meetings are governed by our rules to
kidding.
regulate, and per
But can
our
I
rules.
refute anybody's statement or no?
No. No.
Oh, that's kind of wacky.
We just follow our rules to regulate to govern our meetings, and
Oh,
that
all right.
dictates when.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much.
I'll
Okay.
put it on Facebook.
Thank you. We're going to move to members of the public who may be online who wish to give public comment. He spoke on separate voting items.
Oh, all right.
I believe we have one member of the public online wishing to speak. Is that Lisa Miro? If FairTV could unmute her. Go ahead, Ms. Miro. Oh, can you hear us? Oh, if FairTV could unmute Lisa Miro. One moment, we're going to send somebody back there. Oh, Ms. Mira, you need to accept the request to unmute. I had no doubt. Ms. Mira, if you wish to speak, you need to accept the request to unmute. I'll just give you another moment. Okay, we will come back to her to see if she's able to accept that request. In the meantime, I believe we have Dave Rock. And again, just for members of the public, when you speak, remember to turn your camera on as well, please. And so we'll go to Dave Rock next. Is he unmuted?
Hey, I'm
There we are.
muted,
Yep,
but
there we go.
I'm trying to put my video on. It's not enabling that.
Oh, okay. If
so
it's
I apologize for
that's
not
okay.
being
That's
on
beyond your
video.
control. Thank you.
Yeah. So look, I was on the body. I was on the RTM when this all went down, and I think historically it's important to rewind the tape a little bit. So Vision Zero is something that came to fruition from the state. And Tony Wang was very instrumental in that. And he got bipartisan votes to pass that legislation. And, upon passing that legislation, I think it was in 2003, Chief Calamares was very interested in utilizing that legislation and bringing it forward to Fairfield. And what that meant is that
Hey, I am like freaked out. I don't know how to get me on.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Can we wait till
Can I
somebody?
reclaim my time, please?
How do I get on? I'm on it, but it's telling me I
Excuse
have
me,
to.
we have somebody who's in the middle of speaking, so I want to give Mr. Rock a chance to. Oh, whoever was speaking, oh, okay, Ms. Mira, we're gonna come back to you. Go ahead, Mr. Rock.
Yeah, can I reclaim my time, please?
Yes, don't worry, I've got you.
Great, thank you. So I was at the point where I was talking about Tony Wang and his enabling legislation, which was brought forward from state, which gave us the ability to put this program into place. And it was a bipartisan vote in the state, and that moved forward, and it enabled us to launch this program in our own town. And Chief Calamares was a very large proponent of it. He was a large proponent of it because he believed that this legislation would help us protect and keep safe the people in our community. And the number one complaint that Bill Gerber spoke about in the January 2025 meetings is that the number one complaint was there was speeding in this town. And the police department actually, codified Bill Gerber's talking points, saying that they also believed that the number one issue in this town that is brought up to the first selectman's office and also the police department is that there's a lot of speeding. And so this program seemed perfect at the time back in January of 2025 to move forward in the body of the RTM.
And just a
that's
heads
why a
up,
lot of
even
people
accounting
voted.
for the interruption, you're at 2 minutes, so you've got another minute.
That's why a lot of people voted for it on the RTM to bring it forward. And so this whole thing has been with us for almost 2 years at this point. And the thing that matters here is that the cameras are only triggered at more than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. And that says it all. Is it such a modest is it so hard to not speed in our school zones? I mean, search your souls, people. If it is hard for you to not speed 10 miles an hour over our speed limit in school
And you're at your
zones,
3 minutes, so ask you to wrap up.
I mean, the game is over. Like, let's protect our kids. This is what it's all about. It's not a hard ask. Just slow down in our school zones.
Ask you to wrap
What
up
we're
now,
asking.
Rock.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll go back to Miss Miro. I believe they've been able to unmute her now. Oh,
I hope so. Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you. You've got
Thank
3 minutes,
you.
Miss Miro.
All right, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. So I want to say I'm totally against the speed cameras. I think it's an invasion of privacy. And I have been a resident of Fairfield for 33 plus years. So I am looking at 2 tickets that I received literally 5 minutes apart on Jefferson Street. Most of the constituents that I've spoken to have claimed that they have also received tickets on Jefferson Street. I think that the calibration is off. I've been, as again, I reiterate, I've been a resident for approximately 34 years and I've never received a ticket. So they are showing that I am over the speed limit by maybe 10 miles per hour. I think it's an invasion of privacy. I am totally against this, and I think that this whole program is absolutely a town grab for money. Newtown has retracted their license plate flock cameras, and other towns have well. I think Fairfield needs to do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any more members of the public online or in person wishing to speak? All right. Seeing none, we're going to go back to the body for any additional comments. Seeing none. All right. We're going to do a roll call vote, and so I'll ask our town clerk to go through the roll.
Britton? You know what? Can I add something?
No, I'm sorry. Your time is ended for public comment. We're back to the
Okay.
body.
Doug Niffen,
Yes.
Alyssa Longo, Brooks Farcino, Scott Bezang. Dang, I'm sorry. It's a cool name. Larson. Bill Larson.
Who? Oh, Larson.
It sounds like.
Representative Larson.
Carol Lecter,
Yes.
Ashby Dodge,
No.
Sean Elwanger, Mike Hardigan, Cindy Waldron, Ann Hawhuth.
Yeah.
Laura Carson,
Yes.
Michelle McCabe,
Yeah.
Liz Ezema,
Yes.
Mary Lake, Betsy Elrick,
Yes.
Sharon Pistilli, Jay Walk,
Yes.
Emma Barron,
Yes.
Eric Juniak,
No.
Tracy Rodriguez,
No.
Allison Sayal, Ferris,
Yes.
Catherine Cardell, Ronaldo Gonzalez,
Yes.
Scott Nickel,
Yes.
Leonard Brahman,
Yes.
Chris Carroll,
Yes.
Rich Jacobs,
Yes.
Eileen O'Reilly,
Yeah.
Drew Georgiadis,
Yeah.
Lisa Havey,
Yes.
Amanda Morgan,
No.
Eric Treshik,
Yes.
Matt Ambrose,
No.
Margaret Horton,
Yes.
Pierre Rotsky,
Yes.
yes, 12 no.
That motion carries. Item number 7. To consider and act upon any other matters presented to said meeting, which may be properly acted upon under the rules of the representative town meeting. Seeing no more business, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Representative McCabe, seconded by every representative, Representative Carroll. We stand adjourned. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.